Hello, and welcome aboard the Dream Harrier, the ship that flies your game in space. Of course, it's Captain Snake Man. Welcome, Navjack Nose. Welcome, Monty. Welcome, everyone. We are doing something a little different. We haven't played a PC-88 game in a long time, and I've been sitting on this translation of Mirrors, and I wanted to check it out because another PC-88 CD game got dumped recently, a really rare one that hadn't been found. It got dumped last week, called Dios. That one's not translated. Maybe it'll get translated? I don't know. It's got a lot of voice acting, so probably not. Yeah, so there's not a lot of PC-88 CD-ROM games. A lot of them are like compilations of series, so that they can without having to release a bunch of discs. But actually, I should have provided a photo of this. Let me. Hold on a sec. You're probably wondering how the PC-88 how the PC-88 interfaces with a CD-ROM, and it's actually related to the PC Engine CD-Rom². Some PC-88 models actually slot in a PC Engine CD-Rom². It's called CD-Rom² or CD-Rom², but I like saying ROM. Onto the top, some with a cable. But yeah, it's not a thing that a lot of people have, but or had. It's a very, very bougie setup for PC-88. But yeah, Mirrors. I'm playing on an emulator though. That's not my PC-88. I don't have a PC-88. I would love one. God. I should make this go away. I always forget how to do that. All right. So this is Mirrors. Mirrors comes on 2 floppies and a CD-ROM, and it is, I guess, I had it described as a adventure game, but it seems more like a sound novel. So it's somewhere in between a sound novel and an adventure game. We've got the numpad as our controls. Let's get right into it. Now, most games want you to make copies of like the main game disc and the game disc, so you're not saving on the main disc. We're not gonna care about that. If we leave it, we're not gonna have loading times, or we're not gonna have to copy the discs, so we're just gonna leave it. Hello, Kajardin. Yeah, PC-88. Don't forget to write their names on them. PC-88 on CD-ROM. And don't worry, it's just loading from the floppies right now. But yeah, this lets them have a lot of storage space for pictures and music. The story is a work of fiction. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. White. A white room. Oh yeah, let me know how the audio is, because I had some trouble doing some volume balancing on this one. White. A white time. The familiar stone pavement from the town I grew up in. Bay Area. Time keeps flowing. I'm surrounded by fog. A shadow from that alley. Bloodlust. I run. From who or what? I don't know. Famous sounds of running. Why me? Who is the shadow after? I don't know. Music by Vision, Eleno. What a cool logo. Run, run. Who is the shadow? Who is trying to kill me? I don't know. Keep running. The footsteps are coming. Yeah, this is movies. The shadow of the killer carrying a knife is reflected in the mirror. Translated by Nebulous Translations. So you have them to thank for us being able to play this in English. And that's our player character, I believe. Mirrors. All right, you can refresh now, Kajardan. I'm done with the intro. I'm gonna wait for Kajardan to refresh. We need to start reading data from the CD-Rom. It only says ROM, doesn't say ROM. Okay, I'm gonna go. Oh, I have the wrong thing. Yeah, we had a stopping point. So why do you think attaching a CD-ROM to a PC-88 would give it a lot of benefits? And it does. We're still bottlenecked by PC-88's RAM and memory. Also, I think it's like a 1-speed CD-ROM drive, so you know. The lights are blinking, so I assume it's going. You can't see the CD-ROM light, but I can. So I've only actually watched this intro. I haven't seen the game proper. So if this doesn't work, then we'll be in for a treat. Technical difficulty stream. I have a backup emulator. This translation came with its own emulator. So we could try that. We do have to sit through the intro again. I just think you gotta be patient with some of these games. So how's everyone been? How's everyone's week? It's Wednesday. Oh, I heard a noise. It loaded. Ah. Online pals and hanging out? David woke up screaming, his body covered in sweat. This is David Astley. It was that goddamn nightmare again. I've been having these nightmares since I was a kid, and I still can't get used to it. What's bothering me is that they've been getting more and more realistic as I grew up. I've even been having them more frequently. If this keeps up, I might actually die for real. Maybe I really need a shrink. That's what David thought every time he had one of his nightmares. Guess I'll take a shower. He thought he'd feel better if he could relax under the hot water for a while. Tomorrow's the day, huh? My first European tour. David was the vocalist of Eleno Vision, an up-and-coming rock band of the UK indie scene. So I believe that Eleno Vision is kind of modeled after Depeche Mode, including the lead singer being David. That would have been their first tour of Europe since their debut, 1 year ago. Yeah, all the music's provided by their band. David sat on the sofa, holding a cold bottle of mineral water. Alright, we get to save now. So I'm gonna do so. Alright. We can look around the room, think about the European tour. Let's look around the room. It is a simple room for a famous musician. Clean and tidy. Phew, how am I supposed to go on our tour when I feel like this? Just checking the room again. No, I can't act like a wimp now. I have to man up. It's still early. I'll watch some TV. Let's watch some TV. Huh? No public broadcast during the day? What do I even pay taxes for? A horror movie at this time of day? Yeah, I've seen this one. Well, the UK has like a weird like TV tax or something that you pay for owning a television or something like that. Compared to my usual nightmares, this feels like a comedy. Involved in a traffic accident this morning at Richmond Road, Kingston upon Thames, the woman was brought to the nearby Cassell Hospital, but was declared dead on arrival. Hello, Anthony. Name was Claire Stark, 21 years old. She was the manager of Eleno Vision, a recent rock band contracted with View's label. Wait, that's our band. Wait, what? Are they talking about Claire? Band was supposed to begin their European tour tomorrow. View's label refused to make any statements. The phone rang. It was a call from Martin, a fellow band member. I better hear Martin out. Oh, look at this guy. David, I heard from production. It's about Claire. She's... Yeah, I just heard on the news. They said she caused the accident. What? But she was never that careless before. I know. What are we gonna do now? Our tour was supposed to start tomorrow. I know production has been working hard on that front, but it doesn't feel right now. Have you heard from the others? I'm going to call them now. Can you come to the office? Yes, see you there. Oh, I missed some opportunities to think about the accident. Oh, I can think about it now. I should go to the office for the time being. Alright. David drank his mineral water down in one gulp and hurried to the View's label office. View's label had been founded 2 years prior. It started by investing in minor bands with sparing success. Investigating. Look, I'm in detective mode already. Investing. It had since become an exemplary label of the European indie scene. Organizing major events and achieving sales numbers comparable to a major music label. So let's since we're in a new location, we'll just do that. It doesn't take long to save. Kate, the receptionist, usually wore a bright smile on her face, but she was unable to hide her sadness at the news of Claire's death. David, it's Claire. She's... I know. I heard from Martin. Yeah, I was seeing if it changed. She was so looking forward to her tour. Oh god, why did this have to happen? You said it. Claire was working so hard for the tour. She barely had any time to sleep. We'll have to talk to Richard about our plans. The president left in a hurry a few moments ago. He looked like he had something on his mind, but he didn't say anything. Guess I'll have to wait for him to come back. Try to cheer up, okay? I'll try. Thanks, David. David entered the office. View's label office was in an uproar. The loss of a talented woman like Claire was a terrible blow for an indie label. Where is everyone? Ah, David, they're waiting in the studio. Got it. Only Martin and Andrew were inside the studio. They were having trouble coping with Claire's death. I feel like this is like a prerequisite song that you need to have in your sound novel or adventure game of this era. Andrew Baker. Alan isn't here yet. The president ran off somewhere. I don't think the tour is going to happen at this point. Where's Alan? We can't think about the tour now, David. Oh, sorry, they're doing lawn work outside. I guess that's getting picked up. They usually don't do it on Wednesday. I'm waiting for it to go away. My apologies. What's wrong, Martin? You don't look well. I'm gonna keep alternating, just to fuck with them. Don't lose heart, Martin. The president will think of something. You're too optimistic, Andrew. If the tour isn't a success, the media will destroy us. The band will be over. Guys, this isn't the time. Maybe we should delay the tour by a week. Cheer up, Martin. Not this again. You're way too worried about our reputation. Someone's coming. Alan rushed in. Alan Stibel? He was the most technically skilled member of the band. He was behind the arrangement of most of their songs. Sorry, I'm late. I was working on the sampling source disk for the tour. I still can't believe Claire is... That's all of us, excluding the president. Ah, looks like he's back. I know, it's wonderful, isn't it? Richard, the president and producer, entered the studio. You're all here. Good. Come to the meeting room. We have to talk. Richard Edlund. A young lady was waiting inside the room. They're waiting for the president to start talking. It's been a tough day for us all. Allow me to make the introductions. This is Susanna Ling, your new manager. Wow, just like that. Day of. Nice to meet you, Eleno Vision. I'm Andrew Baker. It's my pleasure. Sorry I don't have like British voices for all of them. I'm Alan Stibel, in charge of arrangements. I'm the composer, Martin Vincent. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Any questions? So the tour will start tomorrow as planned. Yes, we should be fine now. That's the president for you. Where'd you scout her from? I didn't scout her, actually. She's been meaning to join us for a while now, and she's officially joined the company the day before yesterday. A little suspicious. Well, we have a new manager now, so we should be fine. This is good, isn't it, David? She just happened to join us before Claire's death? How convenient. Maybe you planned all of this, even her accident. Damn, he just right out says it. David, you can't take it out on her. What happened to Claire was an accident. It wasn't Susanna's fault. Apologize now. Okay. I wasn't thinking straight. I'm still worked up about Claire's accident. I'm sorry, Susanna. Don't let it get to you, Susanna. David's usually a nice guy. I have to say, though, you don't get this angry often, Martin. She already captured your heart, eh? Come on, Alan, it's not like that. Oh dear. Does that mean you hate me, Martin? Just jumping to conclusions? I didn't say that. We have a new manager, and she's a cutie to boot. Now we only need to finish prepping the tour. Sorry about David, Susanna. He's still recovering from Claire's passing. It just happened. It literally just happened. Looks like you've hit it off well. It's too bad about Claire, but sometimes you have to make the best out of a bad situation. President, are all the instruments ready for the tour? Yes, everything you ordered has arrived. Claire's funeral will be held shortly. We should get going. Yes, sir. God, everything's moving so fast. New manager, a funeral. Their talk over, Richard and the band left to attend Claire's funeral. It's thinking. Oh man, this funeral's bopping. The skies of London were dark, as if saddened at Claire's funeral. Oh, okay. Claire had been looking after the band ever since their debut. Now they can only pray that she rests in peace. Claire, you never had a moment to rest. You're always doing something for us. I'm grateful for everything. Farewell. Eleno Vision won't be the same without her. Right, David? Claire, we'll make sure this tour is a success. Please watch over our lives from up there. Goodbye, Claire. Rest in peace. He's like the only voice I've figured out what to do with. The members of the band went to a nearby park after the funeral. Hey, Farmsteads. Maybe. I'm not really familiar with PC-88 CD-Rom games, but because they have access to CD-Rom, they can use all these, like, digitized stuff, you know? They have a lot of space. Maybe we should save. Guys, how about we have a little party to celebrate our new manager and to say goodbye to Claire? Sounds good to me. But really, Andrew, you're always the same. What do you mean? He's always been more of an organizer than a musician. So David, got any specific place in mind? This is your plan. You were the one who wanted the party. Why not the good old Dirty Ducks? Oh, I know the place. Ah, the good old Dirty Ducks. Then it's a plan. See you there at 8. I have to take care of things for the other bands. You take it from here, Andrew. Don't overdo it. Remember, you have a tour starting tomorrow. Oh, and don't forget the receipt. Yes, sir. You aren't the only one behind. I wonder if Twitch is having a Twitch. David said goodbye and went back home. After taking care of the last few preparations for the tour, he headed towards the pub, Dirty Ducks. The streets of London are bumping. There it is, the Dirty Ducks. This pub was always a favorite of theirs, even before their debut. They come here to relax after a recording session, or before one of their gigs. Dirty Ducks. I keep saving in case something bad happens. The friendly owner and the cheap fragrance was always relaxing to them. Susanna, if you don't mind me asking, why did you want to work for our label specifically? Huh? It's because I really like your band. And David. Yes? No, it's nothing. I smell intrigue. David is popular with the ladies after all. You'd better be careful, Susanna. Everyone knows that David will get in your pants in no time. What? How could that be? Martin, you'll give her the wrong impression of me. Don't worry about me. Believe it or not, I've learned Aikido. I can defend myself. She'll kick your fucking ass. You'll be fine then. They all laughed. They kept talking, forgetting about the time. Well, it's time to go. It's been a long day, what with the funeral and all. I'll go with you, Andrew. I'm going to the studio to take a look at those new instruments. I think I might have had a little too much to drink. Me too, but I had fun. I mean no offense to Miss Claire. They were all drinking and chatting, but before they could realize, David and Susanna were the only ones left. Hey, Muir. We'd better go. I'll walk you home. Thank you. I appreciate it. They left the pub together. I can't speak today, which is a bad thing when I'm reading a visual novel or sound novel. David and Susanna decided to walk through the back alleys to sober up. That's always a good tactic. No one ever gets stabbed in the back alleys of London. London at night is pretty chilly. I've been wondering about this since morning. Have we met somewhere before? Huh? No, not before today. I saw you during your lives and on TV, but that's it. Maybe I saw you in my dreams. Really? I'm glad to be in your dreams. Hmm? They couldn't expect the unfortunate event that was about to unfold. As they turned the corner, they collided with a pair of punks. Look at these guys! Look at these punks. David tried to laugh it up, but he knew it wouldn't work. Yeah, it's like a massive scar on their face. I'm terribly sorry. Have a good night. A good night, my arse. Unless you're gonna leave the girl with us, that is. Then we'll all have a good night. The punk slowly approached Susanna while glaring at David. Well, well, look at this, babe. We're gonna have some fun, you and us. No! Get away from me! David, help! Punch punk A. Oh shit, 2 frames of punching. David hit the punk square in the face. You shouldn't have done that, little fucker. I'm gonna mess you up real good. Consider the situation. David knew some karate, but But the amount of alcohol in his body made his head spin. Let Susanna run while you fight. Yell for help. Run with Susanna. I think this is a good place to save, actually. I'm gonna let her run, and I'll go fight and see what happens. I'll probably get stabbed. Run, Susanna! No, I can't leave you here alone. Shut up and get your arse ready. This is Firehouse 3 core. Yeah. The punks looked more than willing to kill David. Alright, let's try running together. Run, Susanna! Right as David and Susanna try to run. Where do you think you're going? David was hit by a punk. That's a good frame. I wish I had stayed up longer. Just give up, bro. Someone, help! David yelled as loudly as he could. Nobody's coming to save your ass. Maybe we should be more willing to do this now. Run, Susanna. No, I can't leave you here alone. Alright, that's the same. Try running again. Just give up, bro. Just give up, bro. Just give up, bro. Someone help. Nobody's coming to save your ass. What to do? Just give it up, bro. Did I, like, fuck this up? There's not more options. I can't scroll the screen. I'm in the permanently mug state. Oh, maybe I have to bring that guy's face up and then do this. Bring it on. What are you waiting for? You chicken? Come on. Haha, watch out. We got a badass over here. You're dead meat. I don't know what voice I'm trying to do for him. You got a death wish or something? Fine by me. David managed to distract the punks. Now, Susanna, run! David, yes! Susanna started running just as the punks attacked David. Die. Action scenes, let's go! David dodged the attack, just barely. Unfortunately, he stepped on a bottle and lost his balance. Ah, the klutz. As he hit his head against the wall, David's mind went to the tour that was supposed to start the following day. No way in hell am I dying here. Susanna, run. And then everything faded to black. Wake up, David. When he woke up, David found himself in an unfamiliar location. Alright, we'll drop a save here. I wish you could name saves. I'm gonna have to remember. Think of the situation. Where am I? In front of him, there was a castle he had never seen before. Wait, this castle. It's the one from my dreams. It has to be the castle from my nightmares. I get it now. This isn't real. This has to be one of my dreams. I guess I'll just go inside for now. Let's go in the creepy castle. What's the worst that could happen? David carefully approached the castle. He noticed the gate leading inside the castle. It doesn't seem to be locked. Alright, I'll open it. I always check options twice. You never know with these kind of games. As soon as David opened the gate, he heard a voice. Who is it? Who's calling me? Davido. That's how his nightmares work. They're all in Japanese for some reason. It came from inside the castle. I think there's someone inside. Might as well go in. What's the worst that could happen? Maybe I'll meet a Japanese friend. It's so dark. Aren't there any lights? Right then, he heard the sound of something, or someone, moving. Oh, that's a good face. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Ah, help! David felt his hand touch something, though as he was being strangled, he couldn't turn to check what it was. Ah, what is it? Ah, it's a bottle. Are we like subconsciously fighting the punks? Ah, I'm gonna die. What is it? Ah, it's a bottle. Can we use it to kill him? Okay. I can't breathe. I need to pick up that bottle. Gah! Ah, help! David managed to pick up the bottle and use it to strike his aggressor. And then, David lost consciousness. I know, it's a mystery. David had been knocked out by the punks. When he regained consciousness, he was alone in the alley. My head hurts. Ah, was that a dream? David looked around him while getting his bearings. What the hell? Did I kill him? I don't remember this. I love this blood. One of the punks was lying on the ground, a copious amount of blood flowing out of his stomach. David was holding a bloody broken bottle. The other punk must have run away. He could hear police sirens approaching. No, it wasn't me. I didn't kill him. I love this game. Ah. Oh, the heavy breathing came back. Ah. It was a dream. The punks? The castle? Man, what a nightmare. Am I losing my mind? So the whole thing was a dream, maybe? Let's drop a save, I guess. Did I wake you up, David? You were pretty drunk last night. How are you holding up? I still got a little bit of a hangover, but other than that, I'm fine. I'll try asking Susanna about yesterday. Oh yeah, what happened after we left the pub? You don't remember? You can barely stand, so I brought you home. Nothing weird happened along the way? No, nothing at all. I called a taxi and went home. I see. Sorry for the trouble. Cheer up, David, okay? Today's the big day. I know, thanks. Though the nightmares still weighed heavily on his mind, Susanna's words calmed him down. David made his way to Heathrow Airport, where the rest of the band was waiting. Press any key to start reading data from CD-Rom. Reading data. Alright, so that was our first, I'm gonna call it chapter. The first chapter of Mirrors. So yeah, the main thing to take away from this is that David has these horrible nightmares where people die. And he lost Claire. But there's a new person in his life, Susanna. What could it mean? Nightmares within nightmares. Yeah, he must have been sloshed as hell. I did like that scene where he killed the punk. That was cool. Slow, slow, CD-Rom. Yeah, so there was a new game called Dios that got dumped. It's a PC-88 CD-ROM game. It looks to play a lot like Ys 3. Like that side-scrolling kind of action RPG. Only you have like a laser gun instead of a sword. It looks pretty cool. So I might play that. Obviously we're going into December. Dios is a Macaw classic. Huh. Was there like a floppy version before? Because based on the article I read, the CD-ROM version was only dumped like a couple days ago. Okay, so there is a floppy version. That makes sense. Heathrow Airport, Terminal 4. Yeah, I don't know how many there are. I know there's some compilation discs that have multiple games, but that's just, you know, using the CD space for that, for regular floppy games. The band gathered in the waiting area of Heathrow Terminal 4. The waiting area was packed, and they couldn't find a good place to sit together. There were a few people their age, and none of them seemed to be among their fans. It's finally happened. Our first European tour. I could barely sleep last night. Not me. I got home, had one last drink, and then slept like a log. I'm doing great. Come to think of it, you had quite a few drinks yesterday. Are you sure you're okay? Yeah, just a little headache is all. We're so pretty. You look pale, David. Something wrong? I did the wrong voice for him. Oh well. I just had my usual nightmare. You know. That again. What's so bad about it anyway? I'm in the streets I always see in my dreams. I start running. Someone wants to kill me. A shadow. I'm scared, I keep running. Before I realize it, the streets turn into a scenery I'd never seen before. I run through the unfamiliar streets. Suddenly, I'm running through the same street as before. I keep running along the same street. Hey, Alan asked this time. It's his fault. In my dream, I keep repeating the same actions over and over again. What if I never wake up? Suddenly, I see an old castle in the distance. A castle I'd never seen before. It's gonna be so hype when we find that castle in real life. You know that's how it has to go, right? That's when I wake up. But I remember every detail of that castle. It's burned into my memory. David considered sharing his dream where he killed a man, but he decided against it. I had no idea you had these kind of dreams. Are you sure you never saw the castle anywhere? I'm positive. Personally, I think you're just upset by Claire's, you know. That's why you're getting those weird dreams. I wouldn't worry about them. I think so too. Maybe you're right. You're gonna have a breakdown if you keep worrying about everything, David. Be more like me, forget about the bad stuff, and enjoy your life. You're a special case, Andrew. Hey, David, we got a pair of fine young ladies looking our way. Loading ladies. Two young women come close. This picture's so blown out. I love the hat. They appear to be fans of Eleno Vision. Eek, look! It's Eleno Vision! There's David, he's so cool! Hey, Fire Mountain. It's kind of like a sound novel. I guess I was described it as an adventure game, but I don't think it has any inventory or anything, so I think it's more of a sound novel. But yeah, it's on the PC-88 on CD-Rom. There's Martin too. They must be leaving for the tour. Let's get their autographs. I mean, he's got choices, so it's a little bit of... It's a little bit of both. I don't know. I don't really... I've never played a sound novel, so I don't know if this is a sound novel. That's just how it's been described to me. You're going on a tour, right? We're definitely coming to your London performance. Okay. I've been a big fan since your debut. Good luck with your tour. David, Alan, may I get your autograph? Martin, can I shake your hand? Oh, and can I get your autograph? What am I, chopped liver? Oh, sorry, Andrew. We didn't mean to forget about you. We want your autograph, too. You're just saying that to appease me. Oh well, the things we do for our fans. Come on, give me the pen. So, who do I make it out to? I assume he's having a real fake laugh there. Yeah, laugh it up, David. At least someone's feeling better. Oh well, this is also part of the job. David felt a little bit better after looking at Andrew and their fans. What you mumbling about, Andrew? Nothing. Shut up. That'd be great if you, like, somehow saw these people. I mean, I assume they're all based on, like, real people, because, like, we're David, and, like, our band is clearly, like, Depeche Mode inspired. These fucking dudes. Hello, Zeno. I love it. This game it's great, aesthetic-wise. Two people were monitoring Eleno Vision's movements. One of them, mostly referred to as Chief, was Clark. He was a detective and a former Interpol agent. Yeah, I mean, he's a European synth-pop indie band lead singer. Of course. The other was his assistant, Vince. His father was Japanese, while his mother was British. Clark spoke. Looks like they're leaving soon. This job's great, Chief. We just have to keep an eye on Susanna Ling, right? You got it. Travel expenses are all covered. It's basically a free trip around Europe. What bothers me is that I have no idea who the client is. Well, the money's good, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Why is Susanna being tailed? We're just keeping an eye on the woman. We're not doing anything bad. You got it. Oh. Yeah, sometimes you get the same dialogue. I hope so. Keeps things interesting, right? Oh, they're embarking. Let's go, Vince. Well, wait for me, Chief. I'm glad we have, like, a pair of bumbling cops. And so they left Heathrow Airport. And reached Orly Airport without incident. I was worried he was gonna fall asleep on the plane and do something. Welcome to Paris. Whoever made this must have had a lot of fun making this game. They were scheduled to rest one night at the Hilton Hotel in Paris and travel by charter bus the following day. Thus, David decided to call it a day early. He took some sleeping pills and laid on the bed, but between what happened in London and the upcoming concerts in France, David had trouble falling asleep. The sleeping pills made him drowsy, but after a while he couldn't bear staying in bed. Instead, he decided to go outside and enjoy the night in Paris. Oh no, he's gonna fall asleep all somewhere. He entered one of the taxis in front of the hotel. Where to? Without a clear destination in mind, David quickly started thinking of famous landmarks. Tour Eiffel? The Montmartre? Or the Latin Quarter? Let's do the Latin Quarter. The Latin Quarter? You want to see the Pantheon, right? Got it. Oh, I should have saved. That might have been an important choice. Oh well. The taxi drove along Paris, headed towards David's destination. David looked at the night scenery of Paris, flowing from the taxi's window. The taxi left David right in front of the Pantheon. The driver explained to him how the word was Greek for a temple of all the gods, and that famous historical figures were buried inside. David did not feel like he would get any sleep that night, so he decided to visit the best places Paris had to offer. David wanted to see another landmark. He stopped another taxi. He's just going on a trip. Where to? David considered his options. I'll drop a save here. What are we at? We're already at like 7. Alright, where do you guys want to go? I'll take the first answer. He's sleepwalking. He's like, oh no. I want to see all of France like this. Alright, Notre Dame. The Notre Dame Cathedral. Sure thing. The taxi drove along Paris, heading towards David's destination. What the hell was that screenshot of? David looked at the night scenery of Paris flowing from the taxi's window. The taxi crossed the Seine and left David at the Notre Dame Square. It was full of tourists and couples. The cathedral is one of the most famous landmarks in all of France. At first, David was captivated by its beauty, but after a while he could feel something mystical, ancient sadness and hatred. He had to leave soon. David wanted to see another landmark, so he stopped another taxi. Where to? David considered his options. Alright, we did get like a duplicate one, so maybe these are like, they'll get checked off. Alright, where to, chat? Place des Vosges? I can't French, I'm sorry. Balisque du Sacré-Cœur? Le Opera? The Opera House? Sure thing. The taxi drove along Paris, headed towards David's destination. David looked at the night scenery of Paris flowing from the taxi's window. David arrived at the world-renowned Opera House of Paris. The taxi found a new customer and left. Though he didn't enter himself, David heard that everything inside was gorgeous. Not just the stage, but also the lounge, the corridors, even the ceiling. There were many young people in front of the Opera House. They didn't seem to be guests. David decided to leave before someone recognized him. David wanted to see another landmark, so he stopped another taxi. Where to? Well, we already been to the Latin Quarter. And we already been to Notre Dame. So let's go to the Place des Vosges. The Vosges Square? Sure thing. Oh man. David's on quite the field trip. Yeah. When David arrived at the square, he was impressed by its splendor. There was a reason the royal family of the 16th century would spend their time here. Surrounded by red brick buildings, The square felt like the courtyard of a royal palace. It would seem the garden was once closed to the public, but was currently teeming with tourists. That was enough to bring David back from a 16th century dream, and back into the real world. David wanted to see another landmark. David, are you okay? Alright. We've got the place, Jean d'Arc, and the Basilis du Secret Cure. Jean d'Arc. You want to go to Rowan? Sure thing. Rowan? I don't know. How much has he spent on taxis? I bet the game was like, just go to the Eiffel Tower. God. This is a thriller. The taxi left David in ruin. The place was virtually empty. Even though he was sweating, David had goosebumps. He didn't know why. Maybe it was because of the statue of Jeanne d'Arc. It was the place where Jeanne d'Arc, the Maiden of Miracles who fought in the 100 Years' War during the 15th century, had been executed. She fought for the sake of her country, following the orders of her god. But the Inquisition, jealous of her fame, sentenced her to death. She was burned at the stake and joined her god in heaven. Now it's loading something. As he walked around Rowan, David noticed a building with an open gate. For whatever reason, he felt compelled to enter, and so he did. Oh, maybe we solved it. Or we get stabbed in another alley. Who knows? David walked through the open gate and followed the path leading to yet another gate. After crossing the gate, he found himself on a path next to a stone wall. Suddenly, the voices of countless people came out of the next gate. I think this is French? Whoa, it's coming this way. David gestured frantically, as he didn't understand French. I need to get out of here. David ran towards the town to get away from those countless voices. Ah, they speak French in France. It's getting closer. I need to run. He's like, there's no tourists here. There's no Hulkamaniacs here. David noticed an alley and hurried in there in order to hide. David ran through the alley, trying not to make any sounds. The alley led to a dark, gloomy square. Whoa. Is this a square? There was something or someone standing in the middle of the square. It's too dark to make it out. What is that? Once he got used to the darkness, David could just barely make out a figure. There's someone tied to a pillar, and there's a lot of firewood below them. I don't understand. David took a single step forward. Suddenly, a man came out of the shadows, throwing a lit torch into the pile of wood. Grrr! Ah! The pained scream of a woman came from the flames. The pile of wood instantly burst into flames, as if it were coated in oil. Holy shit. There was a person amidst the fire, a young woman, tied to the pillar. She was unable to escape the flames. She could only writhe in pain. She's being burned at the stake. David witnessed the grisly scene in a daze. When he came back to his senses, hundreds of people were surrounding the blazing pillar, all shouting together. Death to the witch! Death to the witch! Death to the witch! To David, the words felt like a curse. Death to the witch? The witch hunts? France? Burning at the stake? No way! Is she Joan of Arc? Am I in the past? No, it can't be! David felt like he had lost his mind. They're way too agitated. I can't stay here. I need to run. David took a step back, attempting to run away. At that very moment, the entire crowd turned his way. Damn it, they noticed me. I too look like a witch. David had never felt so terrified before. I have to find somewhere to hide. I don't care where. This is wonderful. David kept running from the crazed crowd. The path ahead split into two. Uh-oh. 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 I'll save game. Alright, chat. Left or right? Excuse me. We got a left. The crazed screams echoed everywhere, surrounding him. He took the path on the right. I clearly chose the left one though, right? I'm pretty sure I did, but whatever. He took the path on the right, going downhill. David kept running. Did I misclick? I can load, I guess. Actually, I don't know how to load. I only know how to save. No matter how much he ran. Yeah, because Jordan just changed the fiction. No matter how much he ran, he couldn't get away from their yells. The path ahead split into two. Alright, we got down and right. Maybe none of this matters. What do you guys think? There hasn't been a game over a lost state so far, has there been? I don't think so, but I never know with these games. You check the VOD, it wasn't a misclick. It's just the game being funny. Alright, no one wants to pick. I'm going down. Too bad. He was unable to get any distance from the crowd. He was terrified. David took the path to the right and kept running. He sat at a crossroads. He could still hear the crowd behind him. David had to make a choice, and fast. Oh, we got 3 choices now, and none of them are right. We got up, down, and forward. What's the difference between up and forward? He's spinning in circles. Alright, where are we going? We lost the music. All we have is the breathing. Do I go up? Fire Mountain said up first. Up is vertical. Alright, we're gonna go fly. The path had split into 3. The sound of the crowd's footsteps drilled into David's head. He had to make a choice before it was too late. Alright. Up, right, left. I like this audience participation. That doesn't seem to do anything. Alright, we're going left. It has to work this time. The path had split into 2. David is at a loss of what path to take. Hey, Win Widget. Alright, up or down? Down again. The path curved to the left. David could feel the bloodlust in the crowd's screams. He was at a crossroads. He can still hear the crowd behind him. David had to make a choice, and fast. Okay, I think we're back here. So last time we went up, and that didn't work? Maybe? I don't know. What do you guys think? Forward. Fear clutched at his throat as he took the path to the left, going uphill. David kept running. I like how all the descriptions of the paths make no sense to what we choose. No matter how much he ran, he couldn't get away from their yells. The path split into two. Up or left? I don't know if we've been here before. David, please. I guess I gotta start paying attention. We might be circling around. Maybe I should start making my own decisions. There's a mirror of the previous image? Interesting. Well, last time we went down. You wanna go up? But we went up on a choice that was like this. I don't know. I'm making decisions now. I'll get ourselves killed. He can still hear confused screams behind him. He had no choice but to take the path going left. David kept running. David kept running from the crazed crowd. The path ahead split into two. So we went down, I'm pretty sure. Let's go forward. The path curved left and went downhill. David kept running. The path ahead splits into two. David has lost which path to take. Down or to the left? I think we went down on this screen, so let's go left. The path splits into three. The sound of the crowd's footsteps drilled into David's head. He had to make a choice before it was too late. David kept running from the crazed crowd. Path split into two. I hope I'm not getting myself lost. The crazed screams echoed everywhere, surrounding him. He took the path on the right, going downhill. David kept running. No matter how much he ran, he couldn't get away from their yells. The path ahead split into two. Right. I don't know. He was unable to get any distance from the crowd. He was terrified. David took the path to the right and kept running. Alright, we're at this crossroad again. We went up and we went down, so let's go forward. The path curved to the right and went uphill. David had no choice but to keep running. Up or right? Up or right? Let's go right. Oh no, we're back here. Maybe we're back here? I don't know anymore. I lost the plot. David, calm down. But they're yelling at him. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, they are the same volume, so we could assume they're chasing us, maybe. Go left. I'm trying to figure out if there's like some logic to this. Alright, this is the Bloodlust line. I remember that. Okay, we're back at this crossroads. Let's do the first thing we did, which is up. Let's go up again. No, that didn't work. I think it didn't work. Oh no, I'm gonna be trapped in this maze forever. Keep going left. Okay, let's try going forward here. We might have to start mapping out the choices. He was unable to get any distance from the crowd. He was terrified. I don't know. Okay, we're back at this crossroad. Alright, let's try up again, and then... Alright, so that gives us the 3. We tried up last time. Let's try right? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. No matter how much he ran, he couldn't get away from their yells. Yeah, I feel like we consistently get to that crossroad. But I don't know anything else. Like, I think we need like a string map or something. Oh man. Oh, we're in the Bloodlust again. We're back at the crossroads. Let's try up and then we'll try the third option. I know, there's too many splits. It's hard for me to keep in my head. Oh, this is new. There was an L-shaped turn ahead. David took it without even looking behind. David kept running from the crazed crowd. The path ahead split into 2. Oh, I don't know. I mean, that was a new thing, right? So this should be maybe a new thing? I don't remember the L-shaped path. Did I fuck up? I think I fucked up. I don't know. I don't know. I think I want to try to get to that crossroads again and try what we were doing before. But with the other option. Okay, we're at this crossroad. So it was up and then the third option. Oh no. Maybe it wasn't that. No, here we go. The L-shaped turn ahead. Okay. Like I said, I hadn't seen that before. So last time we picked the top option, so we'll take the bottom one, and... Oh... We're like going in circles. No, we're back here. No, but this is a different choice, isn't it? Yeah, we've been picking up at this picture. Now we have a different crossroad. I don't know anymore. Inscrutable game design. I'm usually pretty good at like first-person mazes and stuff, but this has like no like landmarks or anything. It's really hard to keep anything straight. No, we're lost. If I knew this was a maze, I probably would maybe at the beginning. Okay, we got the bloodlust line. We're going back to this. We still hear the crowd behind them. So we've been looking at all the up paths. Let's try the down paths, I guess. Oh! Oh, we did it. Okay. It was just down from that crossroads. Did we never do that? I don't know. We're reading data from the CD-Rom. All right, that was the Joan of Arc chapter, I guess. Yay, we won. Now loading. So what did you think of the maze? It was perfect game design. At least we didn't like run into like a fail state. You took too many wrong turns. You die. So none of that happened. That's pretty good. I'm gonna lower the game volume just a tinch. It does feel like I'm fighting it a little bit. Unless it's loading the fail state now. That'd be wonderful. Just sit through a whole giant load screen just for that. So yeah, the load times are very long. Even longer than I would say a PC Engine CD-Rom game. I assume the PC Engine's got more RAM than the 90 or 88. That means it should be quicker to load into the RAM, though. At the end of the slope, he reached a square. There was something placed in its center. However, it was not the same square from earlier. There's something here, too. It's not another stake, is it? Oh, it's just a guillotine. After a closer look, he realized it was not a stake. It was a guillotine, a device for executions. A guillotine? There's nobody in there. Are they gonna kill someone soon? Yes, you! Right behind David, a man answered his question. Oh, that's good. Startled, David turned around. There was a man in dark, wearing priestly garments. Where did you come from? Who are you? Are you wearing a hat, or is that like your hair? Heretic, tonight you shall be judged by God. Why, you ask? You know the answer very well. At his words, countless people emerged from the shadows. He was surrounded. There's so many of them. Why do you want me to die so badly? Ah, I get it. This is a dream. I just have to wake up. There was no escape. Right then, David felt something happen inside his body. Hello, Mills. Is this game well known? Oh! Ah, my head hurts. I feel like I'm burning. Something exploded inside of him, and then he was assaulted by an incredibly pleasant feeling as he felt his consciousness fade away. It was loud in my ears. I hope it wasn't too bad for you. Before completely losing consciousness, David saw him. A man had grabbed the Inquisitor. The man then dragged the Inquisitor towards the guillotine. That man had the same face as David's. Was it all a dream? No, don't do it! David placed the Inquisitor's head on the block. The Inquisitor was trapped in the device. Seeing the Inquisitor's face contorted by fear, David started laughing. You're just having a giggle, mate. And then, the blade dropped down. That's a slow guillotine. Oh! This game is so cool. Ah! The moment the Inquisitor's head parted from his body, David's eyes jerked open. He was feeling terribly confused and scared. It was a dream. This time I saw a woman sentenced to death, a guillotine, even another me. I'm really losing it. Now back to his senses, he realized he was in his hotel room. Both his pajamas and the bed were drenched in sweat. Now that he was aware of it, it was all a dream. He started feeling a different kind of dread. David sat on the bed and glanced at his watch. That was cool. This is a cool game. Is that a watch? Oh, there it is. It's still 3 a.m. I was hoping these nightmares wouldn't follow me all the way to Paris. My body feels heavy. Maybe it's the nightmare. I'm not getting enough sleep. David took a beer from the cooler, drank it in one gulp, and went back to sleep. The next morning, David gasped at what he saw on the TV. It was enough to make his skin crawl. The news was talking about a grisly discovery in front of the Cathedral of Rouen. A priest has been found dead, with the head removed from the body. I don't remember who made this. I'll have to look it up. The missing head had been reportedly found impaled on the minute hand of the Gross Horlog, an astronomical clock of Rouen. Holy shit. Did we do that? The hands of the Gross Horlog were stuck at 3 o'clock. Rouen was known as the town where Joan of Arc had been burned at the stake. David felt like he was seeing a continuation of his dream. The members of Eleno Vision left the hotel and got on the bus they had reserved. Saw studio wing, interesting. Cal. The bus was headed for their first concert hall, Karnak. They passed through Le Mans, the town known for the eponymous 24 hours race, making way to the town of Rennes in Brittany. Hey Dan Vadan. Dan Van Dan. StarCraft Inc. published. I know StarCraft as a publisher. In order to stave off boredom, they decided to play cards to pass the time. Someone ask David about his new dream, please. Get a load of this. 3 of a kind. Let me save, I guess. Since we're out of that section. I'm gonna have to start overwriting. I've got a spade flush. Full house. Bah, I'm beat. Susanna, Alan, what'd you guys have? I only have 2 pair. Oh, look at this guy. Hey, check this out. I got a straight flush. A straight flush? Come on, man. What are the odds of everyone having, like, all these hands? Like, that's so crazy. You again, Alan? You're way too good at this. Are you cheating or something? Don't be a sore loser, Andrew. I'm just that good. That's all. Damn it. I'm gonna win next. You'll see. Your turn to shuffle, Susanna. Okay. That's enough games for me. David couldn't focus on the game. He was still thinking of the death of that poor priest, and how it felt like a continuation of his dream. We'll never know. Do you think we killed the priest? David stopped playing and looked outside the window. Worried, Susanna called out to him. What's the matter, David? You look down. It's nothing. Just thinking of this bad dream I had. David forced himself to laugh. You look pale. What kind of dream was it? David saw both curiosity and concern in Susanna's eyes. The bus drove by a grass-covered plain. David thought that talking to someone about his dream could make him feel better. And so he did. Before long, the rest of the band had stopped playing cards and listened intently to David's tale. Oi, that's fucked up, mate. This has to be about Claire. Don't let it get to you, David. That's some nightmare, alright. For real? Maybe David had some kind of precognitive dream or something. Come to think about it, they were talking about a murder in Rowan this morning. I think it was a priest or a monk. Oh, okay. Same dialogue for them. The band members all started giving their opinions on the matter. David looked outside the window, barely listening to what they were saying. What the? He saw a knight clad in white armor, riding a white horse, chasing after them. David thought to himself, a white knight on a horse? Wait, I can see through them. Is it a ghost? That was a noise. This game has sound design. This game puts the sound in sound novel. David did a double take, but when he looked again, he could only see a car and not the white knight. Y'all saw that ghost, right? David mumbled to himself. A car? Then it was just imagining things. What was that, David? Did something happen? Susanna had heard David's mumbling. No, it's nothing. Martin is right. I haven't recovered from Claire's passing yet. It'll be a while before we reach Karnak. Are you going to be okay? Yeah, don't worry. I'll be fine after I catch a few Z's. No, don't go back to bed. Susanna, let David sleep and come over to play. These cards ain't gonna shuffle themselves. Alright, alright. The bus continued its journey towards Karnak. The car David had seen actually belonged to Clark and Vince. Our boys are headed for Karnak. Chief, did you see the news this morning? They're gonna visit Big Karnak, yeah. Yep. France is a dangerous place too, eh? You think Eleno Vision's involved in that whole mess? For some reason, people just seem to die around them. What? Who knows? Rowan was the opposite way of their destination, and they don't look like the kind of guys who'd meet up with a priest. Clark couldn't see any clear connection. There's one death, and then... You know, our manager died. That's the closest we've been to a murder. That guy's just jumping in conclusions. After passing through Vannes, a must-see town when passing through Brittany, they finally reached their destination, Karnak, Brittany. Karnak is home to the eponymous stones, a collection of prehistorical standing stones called menhirs. Eleno Vision was going to start their European tour by performing on the stage set up in the middle of them. Oh cool, we're getting like weird mystical shit now mixed up with this. I mean, we had the Joan of Arc stuff too. That's like mysticism. Was she a messenger of God, the Knight of God? Eleno Vision live in France. So I do think we're privy to some of the concerts. We have Depeche Mode at home. Get. She made a gesture of impatience and sighed gloomily at me. She said, it's a crime to have to work so hard. It doesn't look fun at all. I think so too, but I just laugh it off. I'm a puppet of society. I'm just going to dance today. I want to do something different each and every day. You guys like enjoy the silence? She asks so many things of me. I feel as if I've made a mistake, but there's no reason why I should do as she says. Yeah, you will have to work much harder. You'll get in trouble tonight. I feel down again. I don't know the music too well. I want to do something different each and every day. They should have recorded a vocalist. That would have been fucking sick. Break it down. Key and Vocals by A. Stable, or Alan Steeble. Key and Vocals are... Is it Alan Baker? I forget which one's who. Key and Vocals and Vincent. I don't think there is a Vincent. Okay, I don't know then. Vocals by D. Astley. Well, that's David Astley. That's cute they had little credits. As if they're like a real band. This is good. I think so too, but I just laugh it off. I'm a puppet of society. I'm just going to dance today. I want to do something different each and every day. You'll have to work much harder. You'll get in trouble tonight. I feel down again. I want to do something different each and every day. Alright, what'd you guys think? Did I do okay? Not knowing the rhythm or how the lyrics are gonna go? Sight read karaoke. The group headed straight for their hotel in Vanes, the Ande Bretagne. After renting a room, they regrouped and had a toast to celebrate the success of their concert. They still hadn't recovered from all the excitement. Great job, guys. You were great on stage. Yeah, that was one of our best performances. I don't know. Should we really go out this early in our tour? Or go all out this early in our tour? Alan didn't actually seem to mean what he said. Oh yeah, there's an Alan and an Andrew. That's right. It'll be just fine, Alan. Let's keep this up all the way. I'm feeling great. Forget about those stupid dreams. Phew, I'm knackered. I'm calling it a day. There's no way I'm having any dreams when I'm this tired, right? Some foreboding. I like how British he is because he says I'm knackered. There's a good translation. Sounds good. Get some rest, David. In fact, I'm following your example. I too will have murderous dreams. Good night, David. Good night. They were all tired after the first concert of their tour. One after the other, they retired to their rooms. And while it's loading, I'm gonna have a drink of water. Oh, there it is. Once he entered his room, David went straight to bed. He was exhausted after the concert, and it didn't take long before he was drifting off. It had been a long time since David had last slept so soundly. But then he was awakened by a loud noise. Huh? What was that? Whatever it is, or whatever it was, it came from outside the window. I swear I heard some horse hooves. His room was on the 5th floor. There was simply no way he should have been able to hear the hooves of a horse from outside the window. As soon as David approached the window, a white horse kicked the window open and entered the room. Oh, that was sick. The glass of the window was shattered. The curtains swayed in the wind coming from outside. Let's take a look at this horse. There's a lot of blink and you miss it, like 2-frame animations. A medieval knight clad in a white armor sat atop the horse, glaring at David. Listen to David. Listen to the white knight. Look at the white knight. Let's go look at it. The horse took one step towards David. Who the hell are you? How did you come from the window? The knight didn't appear to have anything to say. The knight inched closer. Somehow his armor made no noise. What do you want from me? You can't just barge in someone's room and then give him the silent treatment. The knight didn't appear to have anything to say. The knight moved to David's side without uttering a word and started taking off the armor. Who are you? David looked at the knight's face. He felt like he had seen that face before. Alright, knight's still not talking. No way. You? As soon as he made his realization, the knight drew the sword and thrust it through David's chest. Grah! Who was it? Ah. Just as he thought his life was over, David found himself in his bed, still alive. Where? It was another dream. A white knight on a white horse. I'm sure I saw the knight's face. Damn it, I can't remember. David looked at the window. The horse had kicked it open, but it was intact now. No shards of glass on the floor. Just another dream. I was hoping I'd be too tired to dream, but I wouldn't be so lucky, would I? They feel more and more real every damn time. David touched his chest where the sword pierced him in his dream. Ow. But that was just a dream. Why does it hurt? David looked at his chest. There was a vivid red mark, like a bruise. David thought to himself that he was probably still dreaming and rolled back into his bed. When he woke up the following morning, David noticed the mark on his chest and wondered if he wasn't still in one of his dreams. He took a shower, but that didn't help his mood. However, David decided he shouldn't worry the other guys with his problems, so he put on a brave face and entered the lobby. Andrew, Martin, and Susanna were already in the lobby, having coffee. Good morning. Hey David, looks like Alan is still sleeping. So how's it going? Had a good night? Guess you had a good night, huh? You don't look tired at all. David, I came up with a good song while you were sleeping yesterday. You gotta listen to it later. Got it. David felt pathetic in comparison, worrying about his dreams while the others worked so hard. Alan finally came into the lobby about 1 hour later. He seemed to be in a pretty bad mood. Took you long enough. Sheesh, Alan, you look like crap. Forget about the stupid concert. I had a terrible nightmare. You have one terrible nightmare and you're done. I get nightmares every night. David's heart skipped a beat at Alan's words. What kind of nightmare? His voice was hoarse. What kind of nightmare? I just asked that. We were performing at one of our lives, and I had a solo part coming up, but I couldn't remember a single word. It was totally nerve-wracking, man. Makes me wonder what the rest of us would do if the sound went out. So what happened next? I was sweating like crazy, and then I finally woke up. Man, what a relief. I think your nightmares rubbed off on me. David pretended to laugh, but he was feeling very uneasy about the situation. As luck would have it, they were having their second concert today, so I wouldn't have time to really dwell on the matter. More concert? It was almost time for the last performance in Karnak. David was feeling well, and the rest of the band was in a good mood. Break a leg, guys. We're looking at a 2-day trip after tonight. How are you feeling, David? Yeah, it's very unrealistic for an indie band. I'm feeling great, thanks to you. Let's go, David. The band headed for the stage. And so they performed their second live. They were full of energy, just like the day before. When their song began, the whole audience started jumping in excitement. Amidst the audience, there were the two detectives who had followed them from London. I like the way they appeared. What the hell is this crap? They can't be taking this music seriously. This is great, Chief. Woohoo! It would seem that Eleno Vision had gained a new fan. Bah, I hate this. That music was too much for Clark. He was getting restless. Maybe you're just too old, Chief. You don't get it. That's so. Yeah, maybe I'm too old for this. I was gonna give you a nice bonus check after this job, but I'm gonna need it for myself more. Come on, Chief. You're as fit as a fiddle. Get it? Get with it. The kids are into this. This new synth wave. Clark and Vince tailed Susanna all the way into the venue. Excluding Clark, everyone present was jumping up in excitement. The performance had been another success. We still don't know why they're chasing Susanna. After the concert, the band returned to the hotel. In the lobby, Susanna approached David. Good work out there, David. You were great today. Thanks. I have been feeling better today. You must be tired. Oh, this reminds me. I have just the thing. These vitamin pills are almost miraculous. Take them and you'll definitely have a good night. Now she's pulling us up. That sounds great. I'll definitely try. David thanks Susanna for her kindness. David took the pills Susanna gave him, and he was able to sleep well, without a single nightmare. Their stay in Karnak had ended in a success. The reviews had been positive, and they were expecting higher ticket sales for their future performances. Press any key to read data from the CD-ROM. Alright. Well, we had a great concert. We had an amazing dream with a horse and a knight stabbing us. We don't know who the knight was. We recognized him, but we forgot. We couldn't remember. You know how it is with dreams. Also seems like Alan had a bad dream. No, his dream was more concert related. I don't think no one got murdered in his dream. Oh, we had that amazing concert in Karnak. What'd you guys think of it? I've never played Big Karnak. Should I play Big Karnak? Big Karnov. There's a Karnov sprite in Big Karnak, right? Like they ripped the Karnov sprite from Bad Dudes. Or something like that. Eventually they'll learn to put graphics here. It's better than like PC Engine games. Like PC Engine CD games just have a black screen. And you're like, what happened? Is it broken? Play it for Karnaktober. A long time ago I had a Car November celebration. We played the NES version of Karnov while accepting Fightcade requests for Fighters History Dynamite, aka Karnov's Revenge. It was a very good Car November. There's apparently a live action movie, like a fan film Karnov that we could watch. Karnaktober games. Big Karnak, the Serious Sam demo level. The next morning, the band boarded the bus and departed for their following destination, Tours. Oh yeah, Final Fantasy V. The bus departed from Vanes and made for Nantes, leaving Brittany. Possibly due to their recent success, the band members were busy chatting and didn't feel the need to play cards to pass the time. I still can't believe we're actually performing in France. Remind me again, who was that guy who was freaking out because he had a bad dream about forgetting the lyrics? Why are you torturing poor Alan, David? You get dreams all the time. That was a stupid dream anyway. The moment we stepped onto the stage, it was completely out of my mind. If the bus gets to Tours by tonight, we'll have a couple days all to ourselves. If we get 2 days off, we should really do some sightseeing. David got to visit Paris by night. Or at least, he did in his dreams. It was a cool dream, David, by the way. I like the part where Joan of Arc blew up into flames. You don't get to go on a trip around Europe every day. I like to see some famous landmarks in the real world, not in a dream. Count me out. I'm gonna use those 2 days to come up with a new song. Always the songwriter. I don't know. I don't really care about a bunch of old places. This is my first big job, so I think we're gonna use the time to get some rest. Andrew and Alan had lowered their seats, resting. They must have been tired from their last performance. Martin, meanwhile, had taken out the guitar and was arranging a new song. David looked outside the window while listening to the sound of Martin's guitar. The bus was approaching a large rocky mountain. A significant number of people could be seen at its top. Don't worry, it's loading people. David forgot when he got off the bus. He was climbing the mountain. It just happened. The man climbing the mountain was not the same David who had been on the bus. His face and his clothes were different. However, his consciousness had become David's. Okay, so David got off the bus, is climbing the mountain, but he's not the same David that was on the bus. He has different clothes and face. But now he has David's consciousness. Okay. No, whatever, got it. David brushed many people aside and kept climbing his way up. I imagine him just pushing them over. David could no longer hear the sound of Martin's guitar. He could only hear the wind blowing past his ears. A few words were going through David's mind. They've finally come. This shall be the final battle. Then he yelled, I shall perform the final ritual. Prepare yourselves. Before he could realize it, David had become an archmage of an ancient civilization. His people raised their hands, yelling in excitement. Ah, I love that guy. Look at that guy in the middle. For the last 100 years, David's clan had been under attack by the northern tribes. They had been cornered down below this mountain. The ritual he was performing would bestow them incredible power at the cost of their lives. However, they had no other way to oppose the might of the northern tribes. But if we must all die, then we shall take down as many of them as we can, he thought. They all knew this would be their final stand, and yet they kept cheering on David, the great mage, as he completed the ritual. I have no idea where this game is going. I thought I knew at the beginning, and now I have no idea where the game is going. David began chanting a spell. Oh no! Cool fire. This is fine. As if answering to the spell, the altar burst into flames. The drums beat in time with the spell. Their monotone rhythm was almost hypnotic. It's a good place to come in, Anthony. Additional instruments came after the drums. Everyone present entered a trance, dancing with a violent energy. Like, I'm trying to make out this picture. Look at it. It's fucking wild. When their excitement had reached its peak, everything went silent. They all stopped dancing. Once again, bottom left face. It's a good face. There's a lot of good faces in this game. David raised his head to the heavens and screamed. They followed his example, uttering savage shouts at David. Dark clouds gathered in the sky and blocked the sun, seemingly reacting to David's spell. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky. What is happening? I'm scared. And then, seemingly on cue, the northern tribes launched their attack. His people had lost any fear of death. They put up a great resistance against their mighty enemy. However, they were all falling, one by one. Then, thunderous dark clouds gathered behind the enemy's side, possibly reacting to David's deadly enchantment. The wind started blowing and spinning into a terrible tornado. Like an anteater attacking a colony, the enemy soldiers were swallowed by the tornado, their shrieks echoing throughout the air. Like an anteater. That's a good metaphor. I'm gonna keep that one. David raised his head to the heavens, mumbling to himself. The ritual is reaching its final stage. David watched in satisfaction as the tornado swallowed one enemy soldier after the other. Hee hee hee. I'm just a silly archmage. He fell to the ground. He felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. As he turned around, the last thing David could see was a large man swinging his axe towards his head. Gwah! These are like really good final fight noises. Oh, I'm not familiar with those. Oh, they made the waxworks in the Elvira games. Okay, then I am familiar. As he screamed, he realized he was no longer a shaman. He was still in the bus. He must have fallen asleep while looking outside the window, and ended up having another weird dream. The others were also sleeping at the time, but they were awakened by David's scream. David, what's wrong? What happened, David? Did you have another nightmare? You're not looking good. You okay? You're pale as a ghost. Susanna, you got any more of those pills? Sorry, I made you all worry. I'm fine now. Do you need sleeping pills? Susanna handed David the same pills she gave him the other day. Thanks. Jeez, man, that must have been one hell of a nightmare. I love David's dreams. They tried to cheer David up, but after a while they reclined their seats and went back to sleep. Under the effect of the pills, David slept as the bus passed through Angers. In its castle, there's a magnificent tapestry depicting the apocalypse, as told in the Book of Revelation. Is that the castle? The bus finally arrived to the city of Tours, where they would be performing next. You know, I was just a shaman, and I made a tornado. They were in the middle of the Loire region, famous for its many ancient castles. The band would be staying at the Hotel des Orleans. Sorry, I will butcher every European word. After that night, they would have 2 days off. The band members, excluding Susanna, were gathered in Alan's room, drinking beer and having a good time. There was some kind of late night show on TV, but Martin was the only one among them who could speak French. Well, we made it to Tours. Time to celebrate. Here's to a great concert. Huh? This can's empty. Give me another one, would you? How many did you have, Alan? You're gonna spend your day off with a hangover? David gave a big yawn. You okay, David? I don't think you're getting enough rest. I think I've had enough beer. I'm going to my room to get some sleep. You'd better get some rest before you get sick, mate. David left the room. His friends seemed to be doing well, probably thanks to sleeping in the bus. Oh, it's past midnight. We should probably call it a day. Hey Martin, I heard there's some old castles here near Tours. Any cool ones you'd recommend? I don't know about cool, but there's a castle of Azay-le-Rideau, or the castle Amboise. Huh? Alan, turn the news up. Martin noticed the TV was reporting about some kind of incident in Karnak. Uh-oh, what happened in Karnak? Holy crap, they're saying a tornado struck the place where we had our concert, just after we left. It blew the stage away and all. Seemingly a tornado struck the location of the stage as it was being dismantled, causing 2 workers to fall to their deaths and a large number of injured. Martin translated the news report from French. It seemed like the following day would not be a good one, whether due to a hangover or from sleep deprivation. Everyone's got a surprised slime. That's good. I think everyone should have slime emotes. Did we summon that tornado? David went back to his room to sleep. He was feeling uneasy because the dream world and the real world were becoming increasingly hard to tell apart. At the very least, he knew that nothing would actually happen to him if he were to die in his nightmares. I've been thinking about playing Rocket Slime. A dream is a dream. He was different from his dream self. If he thought of his dreams as movies, where he was the main character, he might be able to enjoy them. He wouldn't be scared any longer. With that thought, he was able to relax and fall asleep. It's movies. Before he knew it, David was standing alone in a filthy corner of a stone street. Alright, I'm gonna drop a save. Okay. Huh? Where am I? Dream worlds are supposed to be more magical. There were no lights outside and no moon in sight, and yet the street was dimly lit. None of the houses along the way had a door facing the street. I feel like I've seen this before. Of course, I'm in a dream. There's nothing to be afraid of. Let's take a walk around. Okay. What could go wrong? It's that easy. There's a fork in the road. I feel like I've seen this place before, but I just can't remember. A street goes up, and one goes to right. No, we're back here. We're doing this again. Let's try up again. What is this place? Fortune Teller Town? Along the straight road, fortune teller signs lined the houses, left and right. Apparently every single house was a fortune teller shop. David felt something strange as he walked along the street. A fortune teller came out of one of the houses on the right side, speaking in a sullen tone. Welcome, Devil King. Huh? David was left speechless. What is this place? Welcome, Devil King. The fortune teller just keeps repeating the same words with an irritating smirk. Who are you? Do you know me? My name is David. Who are you? Why are you calling me Devil King? What is this place? Okay, I think we're looped. David decided to ignore all of that nonsense and go on ahead. So we're summoning tornadoes, someone's calling us Devil King, a white knight came to kill us. David kept walking along the path. A fortune teller came out of one of the houses on the left side, speaking a spiteful tone. Here you are, you heretical demon. There's a good face. Do you know me? My name is David. Who are you? Why are you calling me demon? What is this place? Here you are, you heretical demon. The fortune teller just keeps repeating the same words with a grave expression. I guess that's a grave expression. Who are you? Do you know me? David decided to ignore all of that nonsense and go on ahead. This is going well. David kept walking along the path. A fortune teller came out of one of the houses on the right side, speaking in a sullen tone. Welcome, Devil King. My name is David. Who are you? Why are you calling me Devil King? I'm not Nobunaga. What is this place? What if we are Nobunaga? Do you know me? Welcome, Devil King. The fortune teller just keeps repeating the same words with an irritating smirk. David decided to ignore all of that nonsense and go on ahead. David kept walking along the path. A fortune teller came out of one of the houses on the left side, speaking in a spiteful tone. Here you are, you heretical demon. What is going on with this head shape? Why are you calling me demon? What is this place? Who are you? Do you know me? My name is David. Who are you? Here you are, you heretical demon. The fortune teller just keeps repeating the same words with a grave expression. David decided to ignore all of that nonsense and go on ahead. Am I in a loop again? David kept walking along the path. I keep getting different fortune tellers. Came out of the houses on the right side, speaking a sullen tone. Welcome, Devil King. Why are you calling me Devil King? Welcome, Devil King. The fortune teller just keeps repeating the same words with an irritating smirk. What is this place? Who are you? Do you know me? My name is David. Who are you? Why are you calling me Devil King? David decided to ignore all that nonsense and go on ahead. David kept walking along the path. A fortune teller came out of one of the houses on the left side, speaking in a spiteful tone. Here you are, you heretical demon. What is this place? Here you are, you heretical demon. Fortune teller just keeps repeating the same words with a grave expression. Who are you? Do you know me? My name is David. Who are you? Why are you calling me demon? Just keeps repeating it. Oh, okay. Something happened. For walking away. I was worried I was in some loop and I needed to solve. With a sense of dread, David turned around. He realized the street behind him was an endless line of fortune teller shops. What the hell? Didn't I just walk through here? Stricken by fear, David looked in front of him. That street was also lined with countless fortune teller shops. No way, this street too? Ah, someone help! The voice of the fortune tellers came from all directions, overlapping each other, hitting David like a storm. David felt like the sound pressure was crushing him. Finally, he collapsed, while covering his ears. Stop it! Stop it! Arg! So I wonder if our choice at the beginning mattered. When he woke up, he could still feel a ringing inside his head. Damn it, I feel like my head is gonna crack open. What a nightmare. David began to cry. Though he was finally back to normal, David felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. Ow. Looking closely, he realized he had a bruise on his left shoulder, just like the one he had on his chest. Thinking back, he realized that when David the Shaman was hit by that axe, he had felt a sharp pain on his left shoulder. David was starting to feel terribly uneasy. Something absurd, something he couldn't explain was happening to him. David walked to Susanna's room and knocked, but there was no answer. Sorry. She must be sleeping. I'll just have to make do without them. David returned to his room and forced himself to sleep. At that moment, Clark and Vince stopped their car in front of the hotel. Looks like there's nothing happening tonight either. That was a close one, Chief. What if that tornado had struck during the concert? I still can't believe that actually happened. Radio news said it was a local thing. It came up and dissipated right after. Vince could fluently speak French, German, Chinese, as well as the language of his second home, Japanese. Weird incidents happen wherever these guys go. I have a bad feeling about this whole thing. Why don't we just go back then? They haven't been doing anything suspicious. You know what's your problem, Vince? You have no patience. Where's your passion? Chief, look. A woman walked out of the hotel, running with small, quick steps. It's Susanna Ling. She's on the move. Maybe she's going shopping? What's she gonna buy in the middle of the night, you dunce? Let's follow her. Got it. Alright, Susanna is on the move in the middle of the night. They entered their car and drove slowly, tailing Susanna. She's walking as fast as she can without being too conspicuous. She's probably gonna take a cab at one point. Where do you think she's going? She's walking as... Makes sense. A young lady shouldn't be taking a stroll in the middle of the night. These are dangerous times. I don't get it. We're in the middle of the night and she's basically running off somewhere. If she wanted to take a cab, she's better off waiting somewhere well lit. I know, right? She could have just called a taxi service from the hotel. That's it, Vince. She must be meeting someone. Someone she's not supposed to be seen with. Chief, she's entered an alley. The car can't go in there. Did she notice us? We'll have to keep tailing her on foot. Hurry. Wait, Chief, I can't get the seatbelt off. Meh. By the time Clark and Vince entered the alley, Susanna was already gone. They couldn't even hear her footsteps. They ran down the alley. Once they came out to the street, there was nobody in sight. They could only see lights of cars passing by. We lost her. Where was she going anyway? This is so weird. This alley is one straight path. No curves, no forks? How'd we lose her? Ling's mysterious outing only added more fuel to Clark's doubts about the case. Mysterious. And she's the one giving us pills. Makes you think. Trying to forget his last nightmare, David started working with Martin to write the lyrics for their new song. How do you call this song? I was thinking prayers. David's suggestion might have been born from his desire to escape from his nightmares. I like it. It gives it that mystical vibe. Yeah, it's perfect. Let's go with that. Do you know where Susanna is? I overslept, so I guess I missed her this morning. She mentioned having to make arrangements for tomorrow's concert and left. It was around 9 o'clock. Did you need her for something? No, not really. It's just that I'm gonna check out one of those castles with Andrew later. I figured I'd ask if she wanted to come with us. Oh no, it's the castle. At that moment, Susanna was walking in the city, tailed by Detective Clark and his assistant Vince. Chief, she's just taking a nice stroll. From what I could learn, she's supposed to make arrangements for the band's next concert. Why didn't she take a cab? Why are we tailing her if we already know where she's going, Chief? It makes sense during the night, but now? That's just how it is. We've been asked to investigate her, and we don't have anything solid to report. We can't take it easy. Yeah, we can't really say that she gave us the slip when we tailed her like last night, huh? That's just how it is. We've been asked to investigate her. Oh. Though she was in the shopping district, Susanna did not seem interested in buying anything. She was simply walking around, glancing at her wristwatch from time to time. This is a waste of time. She keeps checking the time. Is she waiting for someone? If she's making arrangements for a concert, she's probably meeting a promoter. He keeps getting me with the dialogue again. Susanna started walking again. After seemingly confirming the sign outside, Susanna walked into a cafe. Let's follow her, Vince. After confirming that Susanna took a seat at one of the tables in the back, Clark sat at one of the nearby tables. While Clark was drinking his coffee, a middle-aged man approached Susanna. After a brief meeting, he sat at her table. It's a man. He doesn't look like a promoter. He looks more like the president of a bank or the CEO of a big company. Your hunches are usually right, so let's assume this guy has nothing to do with music. Damn it, I can't hear what they're saying. Susanna and the middle-aged man started talking in a hushed tone. Clark and Vince couldn't hear their conversation. That means it's not something they want people to hear. I'm starting to think Our Lady does have something to hide. That means it's not something they want people to hear. I'm starting to think... Huh? With their conversation seemingly over, Susanna said goodbye to the middle-aged man and left the table. It's an old hunch, man. Clark's an old detective. You gotta go with the hunch. Vince, did you see that? He gave her something as she was leaving. No, I never took my eyes off of them and I didn't notice anything. Are you sure you didn't imagine that, Chief? Vince, did you see that? He gave her something. Once Susanna had left the store, the middle-aged man left the table. What do we do, Chief? We have to split up, Vince. Alright, Vince, you follow the man. Find out who he is. I'll keep tailing our girl. Clark left the store and followed Susanna. Whatever it was she had been given, it was something she couldn't obtain publicly, and that was bothering him. Susanna's cab left her in front of a building with a sign that read, Elephant Entertainment. She went inside. She's probably not going to leave for a while. Here's hoping Vince can find out some good stuff about that man. Clark concluded that he shouldn't expect to find out anything else by tailing Susanna. Yeah, she's just doing business now. Meanwhile, David and Andrew were on the sightseeing tour of the old castles of Lore. They considered getting on a tourist bus, but since they wanted to be able to go back at a moment's notice, they decided to take a cab to one of the castles Andrew saw in a book. After about 1 hour, they arrived at the castle of Azay-le-Rideau, near the river Indre. Look at that! It's amazing! It's got a drawbridge and all. How cool is that? The castle of Azay-le-Rideau was picturesque. It was erected on a small island in the middle of the river. It was a breathtaking sight. It says here the castle is best seen from the outside. Apparently the rooms are all closed to the public. There's a lot of castles in the lore, but I really like this one. It's like it came out of a fairy tale. Okay, so that isn't the castle from his nightmares. I think this is a great change of pace. David and Andrew relaxed for a while near the old castle, eating an ice cream. Then they took a cab to the next castle in their tour. God, they're having such a good time. Before Andrew could mention their next stop, David ended up telling the driver to go to the castle of Chinon. The castle of Chinon, huh? I thought you didn't know anything about this castle. Oh well, we have a lot of time on our hands. So that recommendation came out of David's mouth, maybe subconsciously. The taxi headed for Chinon. Look, we went around France and we took all these pictures. They had arrived. There was a shop selling souvenirs and pamphlets about the castle. When David entered the shop, he was surprised by what he saw. Allegedly, inside the castle of Chinon, there was a small museum dedicated to Joan of Arc. This was the castle where Joan of Arc had conveyed the message from God to Charles VII. What's wrong, David? You're looking a bit pale there. Oh, you know. David murmured to himself. Did Joan of Arc call for me? Yeah, no, Joan of Arc seems important. I'm guessing the knight that bursted through his window and killed him also was maybe Joan of Arc. It's hard to say. Yeah, this is a castle famous for Joan of Arc's history, but I don't think it's the kind of castle you'd like to visit. Though this castle sat along the banks of the river Vienne, it is more of a dilapidated fortress. I just remembered the name. I might have heard about it because it was where Joan of Arc first became famous. Well, we've seen it now, happy? Now let's go see a cool one, like the Castle of Chambord. Andrew does not care for this castle, one bit. They took another cab and made it for Chambord. Once they had arrived, they observed the castle from the outside. See, now this is a castle. The castle of Chambord had an overall symmetrical form. Its castle walls form a rectangle with cylindrical buildings at each angle. You think David is reincarnated Joan of Arc? Ooh. Yeah, I guess unlike the castle of Chinon, this one is really imposing. What a sight, eh? Those circular constructions were rare at the time, you know? Oh. We've come all this way. Why don't we go inside? Castles are really meant to be seen from the outside. They turned the inside into a tourist attraction. I hate that crap. If you want to see how a castle really looks inside, we should go to Amboise. Amboise? The castle of Amboise? Yeah, there's this tower with a diameter of 21 meters. It's called the Menemes Tower. The castle itself is pretty big too. It'll take us a while to check it all out. And so they took another cab, heading for the castle of Amboise. I'm glad I don't have any French viewers. The taxi arrived at the castle of Amboise. So cool. It said that at the time of its construction, the castle grounds had an overall triangular shape, with a base of 180 meters and two sides of 200 meters. But all that is left now is this large circular tower facing the Loire River and the central building. I can see why you recommended it. It's incredible. I can't wait to go inside the Minemis. Come on, let's go inside and tell the guys about it later. I fucking love castles. Let's go. Andrew walked towards the castle entrance with childlike glee. Andrew must have been forcing himself in order to cheer up David. David was aware of that, but kept it to himself, silently appreciating his efforts. They paid the entrance fee and went inside. He's so giddy! Look at this courtyard. It's amazing. It's way bigger than I thought it would be. It says here that since the walls were built out of solid rock, they could withstand cannonballs as long as they weren't fired from up close. We're getting the ominous music again. Andrew, look at the walls. There's blood on them. There's no way there would still be blood after all this time, man. It's just dirt. You're right. It has to be dirt. I just assumed it was bloodstains. For some reason, I keep having these weird thoughts lately. Come on, let's go inside. Just as Andrew urged him to come, David noticed a human face through one of the castle's windows. Hello. I love the faces. David was sure that the face was glaring at him. David looked away for a moment. When he looked back, the face was no longer there. What a funny game. When he looked back towards the entrance, he could no longer see Andrew. He had either gone inside or outright left David. Or outright left. David hurried inside the castle. Oh, we're reading from the CD, everyone. Put on your CD loading. Alright, what did you guys learn about castles? So I guess last chapter we learned that Susanna met up with someone. Well, she went out in the middle of the night, ducked into an alley, and disappeared. Then the next day, she met up with someone at a cafe and got something from that person. And then went on business as usual. We don't know who this person is. And then we lost Andrew in the castle. Circular castles are cool. Castles are cool. Hello, Kurisachi. Have I said hi to you already? Hi again, if not. This game's kind of cool. I guess we're going into another dream sequence. It's where the action takes place. You've been peeking in and out? Okay. Don't worry, the CD is thinking. It's got that 1 times CD speed. It loads a lot into the PC-88. Yeah, it's 1 CD. 2 floppy disks. I assume one handles the game logic and the save files. And maybe the other has the script? I don't know. And then all the pictures are probably on the CD. And the music. That's my guess. I don't know. No, it's all 1 CD. I mean, these are really crunched up pictures, so I'm sure they could fit a lot of them. And there's not too much music in the game. The only sound David could hear inside the castle was the sound of his own footsteps bouncing off the stone walls. There was not a person in sight. David moved in deeper, looking for Andrew. Until he reached the room blocked by iron bars. Alright, let's drop a save. Put it in slot 4. Alright, look through the iron bars or go forward. Let's look. Ah! The moment he approached the room, a dirty man grabbed David's shirt through the iron bars. You're the Dark One, the Devil King. You'll use your forbidden magic to bind us and kill us all. But our king will never allow your evil. Why are you calling me Devil King? I'm a musician. Enough of your nonsense. You think you're safe because you're locked... You locked me in here, do you? You're wrong. Behold my magic. The man closed his eyes and began chanting a spell. David unconsciously thrust both hands forward. Somehow the man disappeared from the room instantly. David had no idea what just happened. He felt like he was in one of his dreams. After calming down, he went on ahead. Alright, so more people calling us the Devil King. He found another room blocked by iron bars. And let's look again. There was a man crouching inside the room. He looked as if he was about to die. What are you doing in here? Devil King, you're alive. As long as you stand, the Dark Clan shall live eternal. Why do you call me so? I'm not this Devil King of yours. You don't have to hide it from me, my lord. I am Sherman of the Dark Clan. I suppose you couldn't recognize me in this pitiful state. Once again, David had been called the Devil King. Thus, he decided to act out his role. If you have something to tell me, speak at once. Let's look at him. After he finished talking, the man seemed to have a hard time breathing, as if he was about to die. I was sure the Dark Clan had fallen. I swore revenge, but my life has reached its end. I can die in peace after meeting you one more time, my lord. Devil King, please avenge our Dark Clan. Those words took the last bit of energy he had left. The man fell to the floor. He was dead. David tried opening the gate, but it was locked. David started walking aimlessly. He could barely focus. I like how the text also was like, not the normal speed. David noticed something on the ground. That's a good touch. Upon a closer look, he realized it was a dirty doll. Don't come any closer. David looked around. He couldn't find anyone. You heretical nightmare. David was paralyzed by the shock of his discovery. He found the owner of the voice. It was the doll. The moment he attempted to grab the doll released a white light, blinding David. David, what are you looking at? Come on, let's go inside the castle. Following Andrew's voice, David could hear the murmur of the tourists and the voice of the guide describing the castle. What's wrong, David? You're not looking too good. It's nothing. I'm fine. As if nothing had ever happened, David resumed the castle tour and then went back to the hotel. I'm just having a normal over here. After returning to the hotel, the front desk clerk called out to him. Mr. David? Did you call me? There was a visitor for you at around 11, but you weren't available. He left a message for you. What does it say? Here it is. The clerk handed David an envelope. David opened the envelope on the spot and read the message. I have something very important to tell you. Come see me at the house on 247 Rue des Bleuts. Rue des Bleuts. I'm sorry. I'm bad at this language. Whenever you want. I'll be waiting for you. Hope I don't remember that. Can you tell me more about who gave you this message? David considered that it might just be a prank from a crazed fan, but there was something about it that really bothered him. It was a man in his 60s. When they asked for his name, he said you would know as soon as you read the message. He left before I could inquire more. I see. Thank you. David had a bad feeling about the situation. Andrew had gone back to his room, so David decided to go to Rue des Bleuts by himself. As he didn't know the layout of the town, David hailed a cab in front of the hotel. Bleuts? That's a 30-minute drive from here. Just a heads up, there's nothing interesting for a tourist over there. This is Beaujon Boulevard. We're almost on Rue des Bleuts. I wasn't expecting me to have to read so much French things. This is 242 Rue des Bleuts. 247 is probably in that alley up ahead. The cars can't go in there. David got out of the taxi and entered the alley the driver pointed him to. Look at that guy's pants! Some good pants. After walking for a while, he saw a crowd gathered in front of a house. Back off, nothing to see here, keep walking. Once the police opened the way through the crowd, David saw they were carrying a stretcher covered in a white sheet. Why would anyone kill the old fortune teller? It's not like he made a lot of money. David started thinking, the man who left him that message might have been this very fortune teller. He felt as if his dreams and reality were mixing together. A chill ran up his spine at the thought he might have been the cause of yet another murder. David hurried back to the hotel. What's happening? Back to the hotel, David could hear Martin playing the guitar in his room. He decided to go in. Alan was also there. Welcome back. Sounds like you've written a good song, Martin. Yep. Did you enjoy your castle tour? That must have been tiring. I lost the Martin voice. I don't know what happened to it. Yeah, Andrew picked the best ones from his book, so it was a nice experience. David decided to keep the hallucination he had to himself. You know, I had no idea Andrew was into that stuff. He loved it so much. Where's Andrew, by the way? Was he tired and went to sleep? What a baby. Sometime later. Andrew entered the room with a grim look on his face. Hey Andrew, why the long face? I left my room after taking a little nap, and I saw this weird old man in front of David's room. I didn't care about him at first, I just passed by him and kept walking. But I turned back for some reason, and... You'll think I'm crazy, but the old man was gone. Like he was never there. I don't see it on Martin, but I don't know. So you're saying it was a ghost? Maybe you brought one back from one of those castles. Cut it out. No spooky talk in my room. David felt his legs about to give out. Could that have been the ghost of the murdered fortune teller? The thought made him feel sick. He needed to lie down in bed as soon as possible. Guys, I'm feeling pretty tired myself. I'll go take a nap. David hoped the others wouldn't notice his current state of mind. Back in his room, David crawled into his bed and tried to sleep, but for some reason he was completely unable to do so. I don't get it. I should be dead tired, but I can't fall asleep. I know, I'll ask Susanna for some of her pills. I hope she's still up. There was a knock on the door. Who could it be? Andrew? David dragged his tired feet along the room and entered the door. It wasn't any of his friends. It was an old man he had never seen before. David jumped back, forgetting all about his fatigue. The old man entered the room, looking at him. Hello? Who are you? Leave now! Devil King, it is I, Mikhail, the sorcerer. I came to warn you about a terrible trap. This Devil King crap again. I've had enough of it. It's going to be a bloodbath, my lord. You must listen to me. Who are you? I don't know any Mikhail. Have you forgotten about me, my lord? I took care of you during your childhood. Devil King, at this rate you will turn into a vengeful demon and be banished from this realm. Why would I turn into a demon? How could you, the Devil King, not know about the forbidden powers you possess? Could it be? At that moment, Susanna entered the room. David, what's going on? Who is this old man? So she can see the old man too. What is this face he's making? Ling, I should have known. If you're here, then we're too late. I don't know what to make of this expression. Devil King, you only have one option left. You must die. Please die. Suddenly, the old man jumped at David's throat, strangling him. Oh, these eyes. Look at them. Please die. I beg you, my lord. David, watch out. Run away. Susanna pulled the old man, desperate to get him off David. With the strength he had left, David screamed, trying to push the old man away. You're just wasting your breath, David. Oh, you missed the fight we had with the punks in our dream. We kept telling her, run away! And then we accidentally stabbed one of them in the stomach with a bottle. It was cool. David, open up! David, are you okay? It was another dream. David jumped out of the bed. Neither the old man nor Susanna were in his room. The moment he realized it was but another dream. He heard knocking on the door. Susanna was calling him. Yeah, I guess with the added blood, it was the only added detail. Once he opened the room, David realized that Susanna looked very worried. Did you have another nightmare? I heard you screaming from the corridor. Yeah, I guess I did. Perfect timing. I just bought some new pills that should be very effective. You should try them. Don't ask where I get the pills, just keep taking them. Thanks, you're a lifesaver. Even in my dreams, someone was trying to kill me, and you came to my rescue. I'm really grateful. Wow, I was in your dream. I'm flattered. Anyway, you should take these pills and have a good night. Susanna handed the pills to David. David looked at the small bottle, feeling glad for Susanna's kindness. He took a few and went back to bed. Maybe she's like nullifying his powers? His crazy dream murder powers? With the pills? Just keep popping them. David is awakened by a mild scent of musk. Where? Everything about his room was different, from the bed to the rest of the furniture. He could hear the voice of a man coming from within the room. A man approached him from the back of the room. Are you awake, my king? Or drop a save. King? Who are you? I apologize for the rude awakening. I am the sorcerer, Horkai. That guy looks like a Horkai. At that moment, he heard the voice of a woman, who then walked in front of the back of the room. Or in from the back of the room. Lady Susanna, the king is awake. Then let us begin the sacred ritual. Susanna, her clothes are different, but she definitely looks and sounds like her. King of the beasts, you who are both king and priest, O god of darkness, drink the water of life. Horkai offered David a bowl filled with water. What is this water? Divine water from the Star of Darkness. Only you, the king, are allowed to drink it. You must drink it during the morning ritual. Susanna took the bowl from Horkai and handed it to David. David first took a sip, and then drank the entire contents of the bowl. A terrible energy flowed through him. He felt as if his body is going to explode. Susanna, help me. This is normal. Yeah, David, what's your problem? David, are you okay? I don't know, but then the other guy was like, he has to die. I thought I was going to burn. David came to his senses once he heard Susanna's voice. He looked around, and he realized he was in his hotel room. As he hurriedly got dressed, he told Susanna about what he had just seen. So is she outside his room? It was one of my weirdest dreams yet. You were there again, the water of life. This man called Horkai. This is so weird. It's been barely 3 minutes since you took the pills, and you're already dreaming? You might be hypersensitive to these pills. It was one of my weirdest dreams. Yeah, oh, okay. There was Horkai? Horkai was there? Come on, you have a concert tomorrow. You better get some rest, or you're not going to feel well. But Horkai. Susanna left the room. I don't know what those pills are exactly, but I feel full of energy. Do we get another concert scene? Do we have to do more impromptu karaoke? With budget Depeche Mode. It's loading. The following morning, David started writing lyrics as if he was a different man. He had never felt so full of energy before. That night, they performed at their final concert in France. The crowd was cheering on them even before they started playing the intro to their first song. Once again, Clark and Vince were tailing Susanna. Doesn't this make your heart pound, Chief? This is going to be a great night. I'm not going to comment on your tastes in music, Vince, but keep your eyes on the stage area. Let me know if anyone approaches Susanna. I looked up that man from yesterday. He's just the president of a trading company. Their next destination is Italy. I say we can take it easy, Chief. As for President Flannel, I've had the London Association of Detectives look into him. Soon we'll know whether he's innocent or guilty. Man, David's on fire tonight. Don't you feel like bursting into flames yourself? Don't you? Casually? Oh, I clicked the mic suddenly. Sorry. Casually? The crowd was starting to get carried away by David's increasing enthusiasm. Oh, is he gonna kill the whole crowd? That'd be sick. Oh, look, Clark looks like he's having a good time. It's shit music, but I can see why young people would like it. I think they're getting a little too crazy, though. No, you look like you're having a good time. Though he said that, Clark was moving his body to the rhythm. We're doing it. We're converting Clark. He's gonna be a fan. As the song progressed, the crowd went into a frenzy. Basking in their energy, David became even more excited. David's becoming too powerful. There was a bit of panic when various people passed out, but in the end, nobody was hurt, and the concert ended without issue. Don't you just want to combust? The crowd was still screaming in excitement, even after the band returned to their waiting room. Look at this guy leaning. Man, you were amazing tonight, David. I can't stop shaking. What got into you? I almost lost my mind out there. Me too. At one point, I think I was playing in a trance or something. I know, right? I could have kept playing until morning. I'm scared. I was so out of it, I don't even remember being on stage. If David keeps singing like this, we might get knighted by the Queen herself. Seriously, man, what happened? I don't know what to say. Once I got on stage, I felt so full of energy. Like I made a pact with the devil. Also, I got these gas station erectile dysfunction pills. Susanna joined them. Her face was flushed, as if she hadn't calmed down from the excitement yet. David, you were great tonight, but we've got trouble. The audience won't leave the venue. We're having security bring a car as soon as they can. Don't go outside just yet. Like I was some kind of demon king. I should have gave him like a Bill and Ted voice or something. It was late night when the band finally returned to the hotel. David went to bed, still excited from the concert. He fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. Well, I'm expecting some good dreams. He woke up the next morning. It had been a long time since he felt so refreshed. David smiled. The band took the plane to Rome, Italy, the location of their next concert. It was night when they arrived. They went straight to the hotel, the Excelsior. They went to bed early, starting to feel the fatigue from their previous performance. Once again, David had no nightmares that night. He greeted his friends in the morning, feeling good. David's getting over it. It was past noon when the band gathered in the lobby. Here's a gladiator, maybe. The concert tomorrow night. What do we want to do today? They told me we can't visit Rome until after the concert because of all the fans in the area. We can't even walk around the hotel. I mean, maybe he sends people to die in the gladiatorial pit. That's like a demon thing. David rocked the music world with his last performance. Susanna had to hire extra bodyguards to keep our fans from gathering in front of the hotel. We'll just have to stay inside for the time being. This is bullshit. Susanna's being a worrywart. We're young, we don't need to rest this much. Then why don't we rent a studio and practice a new song? I'd like to announce it at our last concert in London. Oh, I like that. Ending our tour with a new song? If David sings it with that energy, we'd be top in all charts. Yeah, staying cooped up in this hotel would drive us crazy. Let's rent a studio and make some noise. Susanna agreed with their plan and made arrangements with their promoter to rent a studio. For the band, there was nothing better than being inside a recording studio late at night. They all started practicing, Martin first and foremost, but... David, what's the matter with you? Vocals and instruments are all over the place. What's wrong? Your voice is slurred. It's like your head is somewhere else. David's been working hard since that performance. Maybe he's getting tired. David, I think you should go back and get some rest. If you keep pushing yourself like this, you'll be a mess during the actual concert. Now that you mention it, he's looking a bit pale. We'll keep practicing a little more. Why don't you head back to the hotel and get some rest? David was starting to feel tired after entering the studio, but after seeing his friends so full of energy, he decided to keep his condition to himself. I guess I am tired. Sorry guys, I'm gonna have to leave first. Don't worry about me, you keep working on the song. David left the studio and took a cab back to the hotel. After leaving the studio, all that tension vanished, leaving him extremely tired. So much that he could barely hear the voice of the driver talking to him. Sir, we're here. David stepped out of the cab, which then disappeared into the night. The lights in front of the hotel were still on, but there were no crazed fans in sight. David sighed in relief and walked through the door. He rubbed his eyes. It was dark inside, and there were no signs of people. Ah, that wasn't the hotel. Though it was a solid stone building, it was crumbling apart as if it had been bombed. For reasons unknown even to himself, David began to walk. As he reached what appeared to be the entrance, he realized that it was some kind of ancient building made of stone and bricks. Where am I? Well, there's nothing else I can do but go inside. Oh, you might be onto something, Anthony. Inside, there were stone pillars lined up like a temple. However, the ceiling and many of the pillars had been destroyed. The night sky was visible. How did I get here? This was supposed to be the hotel. There seems to be a way further in. I guess I'll have to follow it. There's a room in the back of the temple, but it was in ruins. Nobody was inside. This place is ancient. Maybe I'm so tired that instead of the hotel, I went inside some historical ruins or something. That's totally me, constantly doing that. I can see the sky ahead, a little further and I should be out. This isn't my hotel. The building was in shambles, as if it had been hit by an earthquake. With many paths blocked by rubble, he was unable to simply walk forward. I see a clear path up ahead. Just a little further. I'm almost there. He could see what appeared to be a courtyard, or maybe the entrance of the building. I thought I was finally out, but looks like I'm still inside the building. What ruins are these anyway? I have no idea what I'm doing. As he stepped through the entrance, he found himself in an ancient building made of stone and bricks. What the? I've been here already, but there's no way I've been going in circles. I'll just go inside and remove all doubts. He entered a temple with ruined stone pillars. See, it's the temple from earlier. That must be in one of my nightmares. I can see outside the building from there. I'll just climb over the wall. That'll do the trick. The night sky was visible beyond the destroyed room. Yeah, just like I thought. Forget the path. I'm climbing over the wall this time. Just as he was about to climb over, David heard a human voice from the path he ignored. David stopped climbing and ran through the path, trying to reach the source of the voice. The path was full of stones and bricks from nearby fallen buildings. He could hear a man groaning from the building in front of him. Whoever he is, he's hurt. I need to help him. By reflex, David ran towards the source of the voice. An old man came out from a crack in the wall. There's blood flowing out of his chest. Please don't kill me. The old man stared at David, full of fear. Yeah, we haven't saved in a while. Let's just do that. We'll do that slot. You're hurt. Don't move. I'll go find some help. So, you're not one of them. Please stay here. They'll finish me off if you leave me alone. But if I stay here, you'll... What should I do? I'm already doomed. I have one final request. I want you delivered this to the man they call the Devil King of Darkness. The old man held out a piece of cloth akin to a handkerchief with his blood-stained hands. The Devil King of Darkness. David retracted his hand before he could take the cloth. What are you talking about? Who is this Devil King? I don't understand. Those people killed my master. With his last breath, he told me to deliver this cloth. Deliver this to the followers of the Devil King. Tell them that unless they kill the person bearing the crest drawn on this cloth, our Dark Lord will never return. My master died shortly after. That's when they started coming after me. I beg of you, carry on the duty my master has given me. While David was still weighing his options, he felt the presence of people around him. It's them. They've come for me. Take this cloth and go. Hurry. The old man put the cloth in David's hand. From the shadows, about 10 figures attacked them both. As the old man screamed, a hatchet-like weapon was swung towards David's shoulder. David felt an intense shoulder pain. Is it a different shoulder than the last time he got hit in the shoulder? Alright, so something about killing a man with a crest will bring back a Dark Lord? David awakens. Are you okay, sir? Please bear with it. We're almost at the hotel. David realized he had never left the cab. He must have fallen asleep at one point. He felt a chill down his spine, thinking back to his nightmare. When the taxi arrived at the hotel, he found Susanna waiting for him at the entrance. As David was about to get out, the driver told him, "Sir, you forgot something." There was a piece of cloth on his seat. The driver handed it over to David and drove off. When he looked at the handkerchief, David felt a chill run down his spine once again. That was the cloth with the crest, the same one the old man gave him in his dream. David tried to convince himself that it must have belonged to another customer. Not wanting Susanna to notice it, he put it in his pocket. I heard from Martin on the phone. David, are you okay? You're not looking very good. I know. I was doing so great, and then all of a sudden I'm feeling very tired. Though he spoke with a steady tone, it was obvious he could barely stand. Come on, lean on my shoulder. I'll help you. David put his arm around Susanna's shoulder, and they both entered the hotel. David welcomed the feeling of Susanna's warmth, from the elevator all the way to his bed. As her warmth left him, David thought back to the cloth with the crest. He was sure he would have another nightmare if he were to fall asleep. I'm gonna mouse over make the emulator window disappear just in case. I'll stay here until you fall asleep. Just relax and have a good night. Susanna, I feel like I'm gonna have another nightmare. Don't you have any more of those pills? Of course I do. I always bring them with me since they're so important for you. Here you go. David took the pills Susanna gave him. I love pills. Thank you, the store would have been a disaster without you. I owe you another one. I'd do anything for you, David. Call me if you feel like you're going to have another nightmare. I'll be your knight and vanquish all your enemies. I'll do that. Though, usually the man is the knight saving the damsel in distress. Guess it's the opposite with us. It's so great that you have these awesome pills for me. It's time you lie down. The pills should kick in soon. Oh, I should put on the Do Not Disturb hanger on the door. Once the guys are back, we'll come see how you're doing. Thank you, Susanna. I think the pills are kicking in. Good night. David felt his body burning hot. The pills were probably starting to have their effect. Susanna turned the lights off and was going to leave the room when David seemed to have fallen asleep. David, what's wrong? David was tossing and turning. Susanna threw herself onto David, desperately attempting to hold him down with her body. Suddenly, David lost all his strength. Susanna wiped the sweat from David's brow. Are you okay now? I am. It must be one of the side effects of the pills, like the other time. David gasped. He realized that Susanna, her face, her soft body, was on top of him. Susanna, please don't leave me alone. Stay with me. Without you, I'll... David held Susanna tight, and they exchanged a kiss. Oh, I slipped him the Devil King pills again. At that time, Clark and Vince were staking out the hotel. Back to these two chucklefucks. Isn't it about time we called it a night, Chief? Yeah, I guess. I don't think Susanna's gonna leave the hotel while David's not feeling well. How does he know that? Is David gonna be okay? He's got a concert tomorrow. I can't wait to jam out. I don't know. They went and rented the studio to practice and all, but he came back on his own. Must have been damn tired. You gotta be tough to be in this line of work, whether it's detective work or being in a band. Clark and Vince got in their car and drove away from the hotel. David had never felt so good in the morning before. Susanna wasn't there, but her scent still lingered on the bed. But after taking a shower, David looked in the mirror and his mood soured instantly. He had another bruise on his shoulder. It's as if the events of his nightmares also occurred in the real world. David shook his head, as if to chase away the thought, and left the bathroom. The late wake-up call was ringing. That's right, this is a thing you could do in hotels. Why the fuck would I ever do that? Hey, good morning, Susanna. I slept great last night. I'm feeling better than ever. I'm glad to hear that. Today you'll have your first performance in Italy. Good luck, David. Thank you, Susanna. After hearing Susanna's voice, David forgot all about his nightmares. Once the sun had set, their first concert in Rome began. David, let's make it happen again tonight. Come on, let's go, David. Take us by the storm. As David walked under the spotlight, he was greeted by the cheers of his fans. The moment the song's intro started playing, the crowd screamed so loudly that the stage itself seemed to tremble. I mean, he's building up an army. He's building a cult. The crowd's excitement would only increase as the band kept playing, to the point where it had become next to impossible to keep them in check. While David screamed his song, some among the audience were scratching their faces into a bloody mess. At first, it was only one, but this behavior was seemingly spreading. The sound of the ambulance's sirens only added to the song's power as paramedics with their stretchers came and went uninterruptedly. A police officer spoke to Susanna. Could you please interrupt the concert? At this rate, it won't be long before we start having casualties. Look at them, officer. They're not even listening to the music anymore. It's the song itself that fuels them. It is a very large hat. I didn't even notice that. Work with me here, okay? I better not have to fire my gun. I'll see what I can do. Susanna herself was worried about the crowd going berserk. Lost in thought, she gazed upon David, who was standing at the very edge of the stage. During the song's interlude, David approached Susanna. I'm doing great, Susanna. You're on fire tonight, David. Sing the next song for me. Make it something sweet and kind. Okay, let the others know. Once the song's over, have them turn down the lights. David returned to the stage. She didn't make them stop at all. The song ended and the lights went down. The crowd was getting more and more agitated as their surroundings grew darker. A slow and calm intro started playing. The audience didn't calm down, however, as if they weren't actually listening. When David started singing, everything changed. The crowd stopped screaming and moving. They religiously listened to his voice. Clark and Vince were once again attending the concert. Why are they changing the song? I like the other one better. Because they're not complete morons. Had they kept going with the same energy, someone would have died tonight. Yeah? What's the big deal? People die every day. Very good detective work. Yeah, this one's good. I'm actually enjoying this one. Who knew David could sing like this? Before long, the venue fell silent. Men and women were kissing, while David sang. The song ended and the lights were dimmed even further. Encore, encore, encore. The lights on the stage were turned on once again, all at once. The beat of the synths filled the venue once more. The audience cheered as the performance changed from calm to energetic once more. Their frenzy began anew, but never with the same intensity as earlier. There was no longer a risk of casualties. Overall, the concert in Rome was a success. All right. That was the Rome chapter. Yeah, so what? Let the bodies hit the floor. Am I right? I like the answer of like, so what? Someone dies every day. So like the crowd is getting bloodthirsty. It could be his dark evil army is rising. I still don't know exactly what's happening, but it's amazing. I love it. Is David the Devil King of Darkness? What was on the note? What emblem? Susanna is both in his dreams and giving him these pills. What is her role in all this? I have a big dumb smile on my face. This game is so funny. I don't know how long it is, because I am coming up on my usual stream time. I wonder if I can find a long play real quick and then... just see. Nope, getting... You know, it's really hard to find mirrors. Keep getting mirror's edge. Okay, minus edge. We'll put PC-88. I don't think there's a full playthrough. Well, okay. We won't know. Let's keep going. After returning to their hotel, the band celebrated their latest success with beer. David felt slightly under the weather, so he decided to return to his room without drinking. I don't think I'm gonna have nightmares tonight. This has to be thanks to Susanna's pills. David went to bed, feeling grateful towards Susanna. It's gotta be the pills, man. After he closed his eyes, he could still hear the crowd cheering him on. He was looking forward to the next concert. Before long, David was drifting away, but right then, he felt a presence. Someone was there. Who's there? Wake up. Oh, is that Stadler? There was an old man beside him. You are... David jumped out of the bed in horror and surprise. You must solve the secret of the crest I've given you. You promised me this as I was dying. You're the man from my dream. A dream? Don't be a fool. They killed me right before your eyes. Now I'm forced to roam this world as a spirit, never leaving your side until you realize my wish. You're a ghost? At this rate, they'll come after me. If you solve the mystery of the crest... Oh, I forgot I had an old man voice. You should be able to meet the Devil King. Then your life will be spared, and I will move on to the next plane of existence. So if you solve the mystery of the crest, you should be able to meet the Devil King. How am I supposed to solve this mystery? Had I figured it out, I wouldn't be asking you now. Now I can only appear before you every night and haunt you until my wish is realized. This is ridiculous. Why did you have to push this problem on me? Every night I will sit by your bed. The old man was no longer in his room. David opened the door and walked down into the hallway. David was intent on finding the old man, but as he approached the elevator, several men came out of it and began to approach him. It's them! David ran back into the hallway. He reached Susanna's room and started banging on her door. Susanna, please open up. David, what's wrong? Susanna opened the door. Is her hair different? David, what's wrong? There's a bunch of weird people outside our rooms. Susanna looked in the direction David was pointing at. A few men were entering the elevator. It looks like they got off on the wrong floor, David. I think you're a bit too nervous. Susanna gave him a goodnight kiss and went back inside her room. Hearing Susanna's voice was enough to calm him down. David returned to his room. He went to bed and tried falling asleep, still worried about that old man. The following day, the band was supposed to go sightseeing Rome, but David was still worried about what the old man had told him. He decided to stay at the hotel after pretending to not feel well. While he was alone in his room, thinking about his problem, Susanna walked in. Yeah, her hair was completely different in that scene. What's wrong, David? The guys already left. You should have seen them. They were wearing sunglasses and fake mustaches. I guess celebrities can't go have fun like normal people, huh? Hi, Susanna. Sorry I woke you up last night. You woke me up? I'm not sure I understood. Stand, I was dead tired after yesterday's performance. I'm pretty sure I slept until 9 AM without interruptions. But that's impossible. Don't you remember those people who got off on the wrong floor? Are you sure this wasn't another dream? Maybe the pills didn't work. Last time I gave you the pills, you were screaming and convulsing. David couldn't believe what had happened the previous night was simply a dream. Which part was real? Which part was a dream? Did he actually meet the ghost of that old man? The more he thought about it, the crazier everything felt. David, calm down. You'll lose your mind if you don't relax. Come on, tell me what happened last night. David could no longer keep it all to himself, so he showed Susanna the cloth with the crest. He told her everything, starting with the old man. Oh. It's definitely a nice crest, but something that leaves your dreams and enters reality. That's scary to think of. As long as I have this in the real world, I'll have to grant that old man's wish, even if it happens only in my dream. Maybe you can learn something by finding out more about this crest. There has to be some kind of reference book about coats of arms at the library. I didn't think of that. But I don't know Italian at all. Can you come with me, Susanna? Of course. It'll be like a date. I'm looking forward to it. The two of them left the hotel from the back door, making sure not to be noticed. They hailed a cab and went to the library. They're having a nice date at the library. One specific car was following their taxi. Your hunch was spot on, Chief. I'll admit I was kind of worried when you told me we didn't have to keep watching the front door, but there you have it. When you're acting out of the ordinary, you don't want to be noticed. It's human nature. But she's with David today. Maybe they're just on a date. Or maybe she's going to meet some other guy and he's just her alibi. A good detective never trusts appearances. Remember that middle-aged man she met? Turns out he's the president of a trading company. He comes from old money. His hobby is golf. An upper-class gentleman through and through. Nothing suspicious whatsoever. And that is why it is suspicious. Why would Mr. Moneybags meet Susanna in a cafe? That's the mystery we need to solve. When you put it that way, yeah, that's kind of weird. Oh, looks like their taxi entered Via del Corso. They're probably going to Piazza Venezia. Maybe they're going to see some ancient Roman ruins at the Foro Romano. Maybe not. They took a right turn towards Piazza della Rotonda. And he stopped in front of the Pantheon Museum. Let's get off and tail him on foot. Wait, the taxi's moving. They didn't get off. Back to the chase. The taxi stopped in front of a building a little further on. Okay, no mistake. They did get off. That's the Pantheon's library. Why? I get the museum, but why the library? Oh well, get ready for books, Vince. Get ready for books. The two detectives followed David and Susanna into the library. They were not ready for the amount of books. Oh no, it's full of books. Inside the library, Susanna was talking to the clerk, with David interjecting as well from time to time. The clerk was speaking in English. After taking a look at the crest on the cloth David showed her, the clerk gave her answer. Coats of arms such as this have been traditional here in Italy since the Middle Ages. Even today, we often use newly designed coats of arms as company logos. Oh, I thought it was just for old noble families. Finding this crest is going to be harder than we thought, David. The clerk brought out a particularly thick book. This is our reference book of coat of arms. All the crests listed here have a name and a biography, so you can find out more in the reading room. Ew, this thing is heavy. Hope I can carry it by myself. David lifted the reference book and headed towards the reading room with Susanna. David and Susanna turned page after page, comparing the crests they held with those on the book. Clark and Vince walked past them and sat at a nearby table holding a magazine. They're so inconspicuous. I think they're looking up coats of arms. Looks like it. But that handkerchief belongs to David. Susanna's only here to help him. Maybe they're looking for some cool design for a prop or something. I don't think so. If that's the coat of arms of David's family, it's possible this whole European tour was just the means to travel around Europe and find more information about that crest's history. Ooh, what if it's David's crest? Was there really a point in tailing Susanna today? Why, you got anything better to do? Besides, she might leave him at some point and go off on her own. I'm just speculating, sheesh. Anyway, look, I don't think they found whatever they're looking for. She closed the book with a sigh. That was a lost cause, really. There's tens of thousands of different coats of arms in Europe, including England. This kind of search would be hard for an expert, let alone amateurs. Would have been easier if it were a Japanese family crest, since there's relatively few of them. But European coat of arms, yeah, good luck with those. Have I mentioned I'm part Japanese? They're leaving. Let's get moving. David and Susanna hailed into their cab and left the library. Clark and Vince followed them in their own car. David and Susanna visited the Biblioteca Nazionale Centrale de Roma, but once again they were unable to find any conclusive evidence. They were told that a library in Piazza Navona owned a microfilm with unusual emblems, but it didn't contain the same crest they were looking for. David and Susanna decided to take a short break near the Trevi Fountain. I can't believe we couldn't find anything after searching this long. Oh well, since it happened in my dreams, maybe I need to look it up in my dreams too. Can you give me a couple of coins? I want to make a wish in the Trevi Fountain. Susanna approached the Trevi Fountain, turned around, and tossed the coins backwards. So, what should we do now? I don't think visiting random libraries is going to work. Well, since we're already out and about, we might as well go for a little stroll. Oh, hold on, I should call the hotel. Susanna left to look for a payphone. Clark followed her, after her, unnoticed by David. Susanna came back. The guys aren't back yet. Why don't we grab a bite somewhere? Gosh, I was so focused on the search that I forgot about eating. You know any good place, Susanna? Golly. David and Susanna walked around Rome like a pair of lovers, tailed by the two detectives. Once they reached Via de Triton, they hailed a cab. They took another cab. We left our car at Trevi Fountain, though. Should we go get it? No, we lose them. Stop a cab. As luck would have it, there was a cab ready to go. They got in and followed the car with David and Susanna. Vince, tell him to follow that cab. Phew, we almost lost them. Man, cars in Rome sure drive fast. Makes for a fun ride, though. Susanna made 2 phone calls. She's probably gonna meet someone else at some point. Their car took a left toward Piazza de Spagna. My guess is they stopped looking for libraries and they're just gonna have fun. The first call must have been to the hotel, but what about the other one? Yep, they're getting off in Piazza di Spagna. Look at Susanna, she's like skipping like a child, her skirt aflutter. I feel so pathetic trailing a couple. Get a grip, Vince. This is work. Let's get going. Clark and Vince got off the taxi and kept following David and Susanna. Hold on, I thought they were going to Piazza di Spagna. But they just entered Via Condotti. If you want to be a good detective, you can't stop at first glances. My guess, they're gonna grab a bite to eat. Via Condotti is a major tourist route. There's a bit of everything nearby, from jewelry to Gucci stores, as well as restaurants and pubs. It's been a while since we had something, like, crazy happen. Susanna stopped in front of a restaurant. Since we can eat Italian food at the hotel, why don't we try Japanese cuisine instead? This is hamase. I heard good things about it. Japanese cuisine, eh? I've only ever had things like tempura and sushi. I'd really like to try sukiyaki and ochazuki. Okay, let's go in. David and Susanna entered the restaurant. My voice is getting a little hoarse. There are many Japanese customers inside the restaurant. Each individual table was enclosed in its own box, so Clark and Vince were able to sit next to David and Susanna and listen to their conversation without having to worry about being seen. David was talking to Susanna while they both ate from their sukiyaki saucepan. Oh my gosh, this is delicious! It's been so long since I've last had sukiyaki, and this soy soup goes perfectly with the meat. What are these noodles? I thought they were tofu, but they're different. Crispier. They've absorbed the soup, so they're almost better than the meat. That's a kind of diet food called konjac. You should eat the meat and build up your stamina. I'll eat the konjac and watch my calories. The two of them were very impressed by the quality of the onigiri and the sukiyaki, which they happily devoured. From the nearby table, Clark and Vince were keeping an eye on them. Chief, the sushi's good, but the sukiyaki looks divine. Oh man, that soup smells. Huh, Chief? The customer that just came in is walking towards Susanna. Who's this guy? A middle-aged man greeted Susanna. David, this is Mr. Demir from Demir Music. He's taking care of our performances in Italy. I'm Demir, pleased to meet you. I came here to meet a colleague from a Japanese music firm, and I happened to notice the two of you. It's nice to finally meet you in person, Mr. David. Please, take a seat with us, Mr. Demir. Oh my god, I almost did the Vince voice for her. Please, take a seat with us, Mr. Demir. Rome must be smaller than I thought. I never would have guessed I'd find you here. Are you visiting Piazza di Spagna? Yes, though our main reason for being here was to find out more about a certain crest. A crest, you say? Collecting photos and drawings of coat of arms is actually a hobby of mine. What kind of crest would that be? Ah, this is convenient. David unfolded the cloth, revealing the crest. I hope that guy has a freak out. He's like, God, Devil King! This is it. We've been hitting all the libraries we could find, but we couldn't find a specific crest in any reference book. I have to admit, this is the first time I've seen such a magnificent crest. Where did you find it? Would you mind parting with it? I'd like to find out which family it belongs to first. Once I do, I'll gladly let you have it. You know, a long time ago, the British used to consult a fortune teller when looking for someone or something in Rome. The fortune tellers here are particularly accurate, you see. Going back to fortune telling. A fortune teller, huh? If you're considering it, I can introduce you to a good place I know. Talking to a fortune teller seems interesting. How about it, David? It might be fun. It's in the alley next to the nightclub Paradise. There should be a sign that says Nutzel. Nutzel. It's pretty well known in the area, so if you ask people around, they should be able to point you in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Demir. We'll go there as soon as we finish eating. Once you find out what you need, please contact me. I'd really like to have this crest. It's so cool. David and Susanna left the restaurant, tailed by Clark and Vince. Seriously? A fortune teller? You'd think they'd try asking a detective first. At a glance, there's nothing suspicious about this Demir guy, but think about it. He just happened to come into the restaurant? He just happened to know a lot about crests? That's way too convenient. Problem is, we can't follow them inside the fortune teller shop, can we? They probably do strip shows at nightclubs in Rome. Maybe we should take a seat inside, grab something to bite, and enjoy the show. It's part of the Italian experience. Clark and Vince are off on their own date. The neon sign reads Paradise. They're going into that alley. Now cut the crap and keep your eyes open. Aw, I wanted them to have a nice date. David and Susanna entered the alley looking for Nutsiel's shop. It sure is dark in this alley. It's the perfect place for a mugging. It's just wonderful. This should be the place. I don't see any signs to say Nutzel. Real fortune tellers' shops wouldn't have a big sign. They get their customers mostly through word of mouth. It is said having too many customers lowers the energies. They don't do that if they don't think they need it, though. I wonder how many people come here looking for it but give up because they can't find it. It'll be fine. Fortune tellers have powers, you know. They know when someone is looking for them, and they'll put out a sign of some kind to help them find the place. They don't do that if they don't think they need it, though. You're pretty knowledgeable about this. There it is. It says Nutzel on the wall. Let's go inside, David. David looked at the letters on the wall. The inscription was the size of a business card. Impressed by Susanna's eyesight, he followed her through the door she opened. Alright, this has been the longest stretch of nothing. Let's get some crazy shit. The fortune teller's house was wrapped in black curtains. It was so dimly lit that David and Susanna were forced to walk carefully, so as not to stumble. The voice of a man came from the back. Open the curtains. David did as told and peered inside. The room beyond was also shrouded in black curtains. A single lit candle on the table provided a small source of light. There were no signs of the owner of the voice. Approach the table. David and Susanna approached the table as told. Well met. I am Michael, the fortune teller. The candle flickered at Michael's words. It was as if the voice came from the candle itself. It seems you've been looking for someone. How did he know? We didn't say anything yet. I am no mere fortune teller. I am a real sorcerer, wielder of dark magics. At the mention of dark magics, David wondered if he wasn't in another one of his dreams. David, what should we do? I'm scared. There's nothing to be afraid of. Simply tell me the age and the name of the person you're looking for. If you brought any of their belongings, leave them on the table. David spread the cloth with the crest on the table and spoke up. I want to find the owner of the coat of arms embroidered on this handkerchief. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about this person. Just from this piece of cloth? I guess it's impossible from just the crest. Silence, woman. I could easily find out with my dark arts, but I would extinguish yet another one of my lights, of the lights of my life if I were to do so. If it's a matter of money, we have it. How much? Do you think I exchanged my very life for money? I have more money than I'd ever need. I won't use my magic for someone who ignores the value of life. Leave. Oh, Susanna fucked it up. The flame of the candle swayed violently. Mr. Michael, if you are truly a sorcerer as you claim, would you refuse to help us after seeing us in person? The black curtains moved. Michael was apparently looking at Susanna and David. Michael let out a gasp. My apologies. I shall proceed to use my dark magics. David was going to ask Susanna about the sudden change in Michael's attitude, but he was interrupted before he could. So he recognized them, maybe. One of them. I will attempt to follow the residual thoughts on this cloth, but I cannot do this by myself. I must borrow your energy waves. are energy waves. I don't get it. But if it helps us solve the mystery of this crest, go ahead. Whoops. Thank you. I shall now follow the residual thoughts and send you what I perceive. Abandon all trivial thoughts and open your mind. Let us begin. Once he could no longer hear Michael's voice, David felt some kind of weight in his mind. He thought to himself that he was receiving Michael's thoughts. David tried to focus on this weight, but nothing seemed to happen. Then he started feeling drained for some reason. Then he heard Michael's voice, or rather, his voice resonated within his head. The ancestors of the owner of this cloth betrayed the Devil King. They'll be rewarded with eternal happiness in the kingdom of God, but they've hidden their history and the coat of arms, fearing the dark retribution. I've identified the residual thoughts. I should be able to track them to their source. David was now convinced that he was in one of his dreams, but unlike the other times, he now wanted to see where it would lead. Do you see it? What is it? This is the building I see in my mind. Do you see it? This magnificent building is the source of the coat of arms. I shall now confirm its location. David observed the building pictured in his mind. It was some kind of castle. The image faded from his mind. I don't know if it's from the visual effects or, like, on purpose. It's hard for me to tell. David could now hear Michael's voice through his ears. This is all I could do. I hope it proves useful. Could you draw us a map? We have to go there. The black curtain swayed and a slip of paper came out of the gap. Susanna took it and handed over a large sum of money in return. We're done here. Let's go, David. As he grabbed Susanna's hand, David chuckled bitterly to himself, thinking he felt very realistic for a dream. Is it a dream? Is it reality? At least we're getting somewhere with this coat of arms. After leaving the darkness of Michael's residence, David was blinded by the sudden sunlight. After a few seconds, he became used to the light. He was now convinced that his meeting with Michael was not a dream. Should we follow Michael's map? Of course, but first, there's something I'd like to ask you. Michael changed his attitude at your words. Could you tell me why? It's because you're very popular here in Rome. Your presence here should be all over the newspapers. I don't think there's anyone who doesn't know who you are, David. Somehow, he failed to recognize you. But once I told him who you were, he figured he could brag to have had David, the famous singer of Eleno Vision, among his clients. David wasn't fully satisfied with this explanation, but he kept the conversation going. Is that so? What about when he used his magic? It was like one of my dreams. Didn't you feel tired? It's as if he was draining my energy. I'm okay, but you do look a little pale. Maybe I should go back to the hotel. We've come this far. I really don't know who the owner of this crest is. Look, there's a taxi over there. Let's go. David and Susanna entered the taxi. Clark and Vince saw them leave and hurried to find a taxi of their own. Just as David's taxi was leaving their sight, they were able to find their ride. I love the traveling music. Hello, good sir. See that taxi? Could you please follow it? Lucky for them, there were no other taxis on the road. The rest were private cars. Damn it. Another car got in between. Tell them to step on the gas already. Sheesh. Don't they know how to drive in Rome? Hello, Gummy Cat Burglar. Yeah, we've been doing this for like 4 hours. My voice is starting to get a little tired. We're getting away from the hotel. Where do you think they're headed? The taxi's headed for the River Timber. Or Tiber. They may be headed for San Pietro's Basilica. Yeah, Basilica. Basilica in the Vatican City. I can read Italian. The Vatican is the smallest country in the world. Some call it the land of God. Some the kingdom of the Holy Spirit. Others the headquarters of the Catholic Church. There are rumors that the Pope has enough authority to run the world. You sure know a lot of stuff, Vince. The Vatican is just 0.44 square kilometers, and yet has over 100 embassies all over the world. It's one of the richest countries out there. We're getting a nice lesson about the Vatican. We just crossed Ponte Sant'Angelo. You're right, Chief. We're going to the San Pietro's Basilica. Weird. They just crossed Piazza San Pietro. If they were going to the Basilica, this is where they'd get off. So these are two private detectives chasing after a lady named Susanna, who has joined our band as the manager after our manager previously died. We've also been suffering crazy dreams, and crazy events have happened, like a tornado that ripped through the concert area and other things. Some guy's head got cut off and impaled through the clock, through a clock hand. That was pretty cool. They drove past the Vatican museums. They just keep going, huh? Leonardo da Vinci spent quite some time around these parts, ostensibly. They turned again. I have no idea where they're going. Well, they finally stopped. They got off, but the taxi's just parked there. Maybe they told them to wait. Let's stay here and see what they do. Yeah, it's been pretty wild. This has been like the most normal chapter. David and Susanna got off the taxi and looked around them. Now we are starting to get mysterious music, and this is the place from the vision we had with the fortune teller. Look, David, there it is. This is it. I haven't saved in a while. Let's save in the one slot. Yes, no doubt about it. This is the castle we saw. Michael's magic was for real. Let's see if we can notice the crest anywhere. Michael said their family passed down the coat of arms in secret, but I can't imagine they'd build such a grandiose building without sticking the crest somewhere. Yeah, there's been like dreams where we've been called like a devil lord. David and Susanna walked around the building, examining it accurately. There it is, engraved on the gate post. It's the same size as the one on the handkerchief. You're right. It has no colors, but it's definitely the same design. It's so small that you wouldn't normally notice it if you weren't looking for it. I'm glad we finally found the crest. Michael also mentioned the Devil King. I'm sure the old man from your dream is pleased. Looks like the nameplate reads, Damiel Horkai. Horkai! We had a dream with Horkai. David felt like he heard that name before somewhere, but he couldn't remember where exactly. This is the end of my search. Thank you, Susanna. If it weren't for you, that old man would have haunted my dreams again tonight. Now I can go back to the hotel without worry. No, the old man said that you were supposed to kill the person with the emblem. I don't know if the old man's gonna be pleased. David and Susanna entered the taxi again. Oh, they got out on the taxi again. What do we do? I'm getting off to check whatever the hell they were looking at. You keep following them. We'll regroup at the hotel. Clark got off the taxi while Vince followed David and Susanna. Guys, remember Horkai? We love Horkai. Clark approached the gate post David and Susanna were inspecting. Well, this is the same crest drawn on a handkerchief. Did the fortune teller tell them to come here or something? I wonder if Clark knows something. Horkai Star Rail. My favorite gacha game. I'm surprised we haven't had a CD load in a while. Though it is really thinking right now. As soon as he returned to the hotel, David went to sleep without even taking his clothes off. He felt as if Michael, the fortune teller, had absorbed all of his energy. He was feeling better by the time Alan called him on the phone later on. When David came down to the lobby, the rest of the band was waiting for him, including Susanna. Hey there, my man. How are you feeling? You're looking good. We were just talking about changing the order of the songs for the concert tomorrow. Your songs are just too powerful, David. We're thinking about how to keep all that energy down so the audience won't go crazy again. Other bands probably think we're full of it, but we have to do something before people actually get hurt. So what do you think, David? Susanna managed to save our last concert. But yeah, I agree. We should change the song order. That settles the matter. Now let's go eat. I found a good place. It's nice and quiet. We booked it for the entire evening, so we can eat and drink without being bothered. David, don't you dare leave us halfway through this time. The band left from the back of the hotel in 2 separate taxis. Clark and Vince tailed them in their own car. I'm so tired of Clark and Vince. They drove downtown and stopped under a neon sign reading Canzone. As they walked through the door, the other customers stood up and clapped for them. When I told the neighbors that Eleno Vision made a reservation, they all decided to come here to see you, Mr. David. I'm going to turn off the sign or we're going to get flooded. It was a good group picture. While there were some young people, most of the customers were elderly. Rather than a party with their fans, it felt more akin to a family meal. Oh man, I don't think it's going to be very quiet. Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned we were Eleno Vision. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have. It's fine. We haven't had this kind of atmosphere since we left London. I don't mind this once in a while. Please, take a seat. This is going to be a fun night. I hope you're ready to drink till the sun comes up. Once they were all seated, they started with a toast. Then they started bringing in an endless stream of food, from raw oysters to grilled lamb. There was a small stage inside the restaurant. One of the old men from the neighborhood was there, singing an Italian song. They were all listening, enjoying the performance. Outside the restaurant were Clark and Vince, waiting inside their car. Nobody's gonna believe they closed with all that noise they're making in there. Well, we gotta be on the lookout while Susanna's in there. Still, I can't believe how popular David is. All the way here in Rome. I've been thinking, after all that trouble to find the house with the crest, why would David just leave? I would have gone inside. Don't ask me. I'm gonna keep an eye here. Why don't you go buy us some hot dogs? From the looks of it, it's gonna be one long night. I guess because they don't really add anything, they're just observing what we already know. It's just them sitting there. It was midnight. Nobody seemed ready to leave the party yet. David, drunk with wine, was almost in a daze, resting his chin on his hands. How do you feel, David? You can barely keep your eyes open, by the looks of it. I'm okay. Italians sure know how to party, huh? It's not just Italians. Look, Andrew's trying to sing in Italian too. I think I might be a little drunk. I'm going outside to get some night air. Don't worry about me. I'll be right back. David stepped outside and went on a short walk, taking in the fresh air, trying to sober up. Unlike the shopping districts, there were barely any cars around after midnight, so David thought it was a good time for a walk. As he walked, David thought there was something off about his surroundings. Oh no, this is the maze area again. I've never been here, but these streets are familiar. Yeah, these are all the pictures from when we were stuck in the maze. David felt like he was moving through muscle memory alone, as if he had always walked these streets. There should be an alley around the corner. David turned down the road and he stopped, dumbfounded. Ah, it leads to this. That's the residence of Damiel Horkai, the owner of the crest. How did I get to the Ottaviano district? How indeed. He approached the gate. And then he heard a scream coming from inside. Eek! Murder! Sir Horkai was murdered! He saw a silhouette through the closed gates. The shadow ran in front of him before disappearing in the darkness. What happened? For a moment I think I recognized that face. Who was it? The gates of Horkai's residence opened, and a group of men wielding sticks came out, surrounding him. It's him! He murdered Sir Horkai! Kill him! No, you got the wrong man! The killer went that way! You take me for an idiot. I've seen the face of the killer, and it was you. Kill him! David tried to run away, but he was soon surrounded. There was no room for escape. Avenge the master! The axe swung in front of his face. Ah! Well, we met Horkai in our dream. Crash, he heard the sound of a bottle shattering. David, what happened? Oh, you're soaked with wine. David ran his fingers through his shirt, damp with wine. He then realized he had another one of his nightmares. Sorry, my hand slipped. I must be more drunk than I thought. You better not have another glass, or you'll be a mess during tomorrow's concert. The sound of David's bottle crashing on the floor brought the party to an end. Way to ruin the party, David. Party foul. How long do you think this game is? Back at the hotel, David was worried about having a nightmare, so he asked Susanna to get him some of her pills. We're back to pill popping, baby! Whether it was the pills or the wine, David fell asleep without dreaming, and was able to wake up late in the morning, feeling refreshed. We've been popping her pills, like, all this time. Once again, Clark and Vince were inside their car, parked behind the hotel. Yeah. It's perfect with alcohol. There's been no changes in Susanna's behavior during her stay in Rome. They should be leaving for Germany after tonight's concert. Oh, there's a whole nother place? I really thought Rome was gonna be like where anything would take place. You read the papers this morning? I could hardly believe it myself. Damiel Horkai, the owner of that house with the crest, was found murdered. Just that it was on PC-88 on CD-Rom, and it has a Hardcore Gaming 101 article that I looked a little bit at, and I was like, this could be really cool. And it's been sitting. It's also translated, but you can't say a lot about PC-88 games. What's the other thing? It's like there was another game that was dumped the other day, Dios, for PC-88 CD-Rom, and it reminded me to check out the emulator and make sure everything was working. So I was like, oh well, I got it all working. Let's play this game. Yeah, the jams are provided by the in-game band, the Eleno Vision. Yeah, it appears he was murdered around midnight. We were outside the restaurant the whole time, so we know Susanna had nothing to do with it. David searches for the crest. A fortune teller points the way. He finds Horkai, and bam, he ends up dead. I don't think it's a coincidence. We're talking about an earl here, one with a close connection to the Pope. This ain't your run-of-the-mill murder. Oh, they also mentioned killing the person with the crest would make the Dark Lord come back or something in the dream. Chief, I know you're trying to find something on Susanna, and I agree that she does act suspicious here and there. But we can't pin Horkai's murder on her. That has to be a coincidence. After the sun went down, Eleno Vision was ready to begin their last concert in Rome. Just like the previous time, David's energy fueled the crowd's excitement. The new sorting of the songs had the desired effect. While some of the audience collapsed from anemia, generally speaking, the concert ended without issues. No one clawed their skin off their face this time. That's what I call a successful concert. Oh, I guess that's it for Rome. The next day, the band left the country from Rome's airport, seen off by a large crowd of fans. Don't worry about it. They were headed for the Frankfurt am Main airport in West Germany. David was still unaware of the murder of Daniel Horkai. When they reached the airport, rather than by their excited fans, they were surrounded by members of the press. Reaching the hotel was more problematic than they had expected. When they reached the Park Hotel, near the center of Frankfurt, they found security struggling to keep their fans from crowding the entrance. Before their tour of Europe, the band wouldn't even dream to be in a similar situation. Yep, it's a sign of the times. They all gathered in Alan's room. I'm glad we decided to go on this tour. Who knew we'd even ever be this popular? Oh, this is Andrew. For some reason I thought Alan had just spoke. It's because it's his room. This is cool and all, but I can't wait to go back to England. You know what? I'm going to write a new song for the last concert, back home. Right, they did mention the last concert is in London. Well, we've got 2 days before our next performance. What are we doing in the meantime? Some friends of mine asked me to buy some souvenirs, so I'd like to go out. Where's Susanna? I think she got a call from our promoter and left. Yeah, let's work on a new song. You weren't there last time, David, so... We've got 2 days, so you better make time for that. With that said, how about we eat something? The band left the hotel to look for a restaurant. It's like I kind of want to stop for the night, but it keeps driving me forward. Meanwhile, Clark and Vince were driving through the Marchenstrasse. Moore, don't kill me. They were, of course, tailing Susanna's taxi. Yeah, I didn't think it would be this long. Not even a day since they're in West Germany and Susanna's already going on a trip all by herself. Where do you think she's going? We're already past Cassel, so maybe she's going to Hamlin. She's got to be meeting up with someone. I hope so. I really want to try out this baby. This wiretap here is state-of-the-art, West German made. It's a shame we didn't have it back then in Paris. It was recommended by a fellow detective from West Germany. He says it's the best thing his country has ever made. I just noticed the stream time and wow, yeah, it's been a long time. Yeah. I normally go 4 hours and I don't know. Also, I can only save when we have a choice, and we haven't had a choice in a while. We're almost in Hamlin. She gonna stop here? Oh, that's not true. We just had choices with picking the voices. I'm dumb. Susanna's car stopped in front of the Riverside restaurant. I'm like trying to find like a good place to stop though. She walked inside. After confirming the name of the restaurant from its sign, Clark and Vince followed her. The problem is I do want to get this done before December begins, which will be devoted to DOS games. The restaurant was surprisingly crowded considering its rural position. Susanna was seated at a table in the corner. As there were no empty tables close by, Clark and Vince were forced to take a seat further away than they had intended. On Clark's prompt, Vince approached the table next to Susanna and exchanged a few words with the customer. Vince returned a few moments later. It's done, Chief. The wiretap's under her table. It's just that easy. Way to go. By the way, what did you tell the guy? I told him that his plate looked delicious and asked him the name of the dish. Oh, really? Okay, maybe we get back to the hotel. We'll save. And we'll have to finish this some other time. Is my throat sore and I'm missing dinner? Apparently they're fried herrings, the cheapest and yet tastiest dish of this place. I don't really like fish, but if you're coming here you just gotta try them. So? If you don't, that guy might come here and start chatting us up in German. Then Susanna might notice it, and it'll all go south from there. So you better order your damn herrings. Alright, I get it. But you gotta eat them too, Chief. As the fried herrings were brought to their table, a man sat in front of Susanna. Vince took a picture of the man with a hidden camera, while Clark put on an earphone. Oh, this is an excellent place to stop. Alright, so once this load goes through, then I'll put a save in. And stop. Alright. This game is really cool. That the Rome chapter was dragging a little bit until we got to the fortune teller, then it was sick as hell. Paris is really good. Yeah, I'm glad people are liking it. I'm always worried about a game like this because it's not really, a game. But it's kind of the perfect thing to view, right? Because I'm viewing it, you're viewing it, we're all viewing it together. And I've never seen it. I read so little of the article, so I didn't want to spoil it myself, But yeah, we will have to finish this. I don't know when. I'm not doing the stream Thursday. And Friday I'm doing the 53 stations of the Tokaido. Yeah, it's definitely wild. The digitalized art is very cool. I might not have a choice actually, since they're gonna be listening in to a conversation, but hey. We'll see what the closest area I can save is. So Marchin is like, is that like fantasy? I always see Marchin in like those Alice in Wonderland games. Fairy Tale, got it. So what's the Marchinstrasse? Remember when we were in Paris just going to random ass places? Ah, just the name for a street. Okay. I was wondering if it was a major, like, through port place. Alright. The man was about 30 years old or so. From the way he was dressed, Clark had the feeling he had some kind of artist rather than a businessman. Susanna greeted him with a smile, as if she was acquainted with him. Yeah, I might not get any choices, so we're gonna finish this chapter. Or this, like, story bip. My name is Glockel. Thank you for your help back in London. Okay, so... they know each other from London. Okay, I have a choice here. So maybe it's a good idea to save. I'm also, can I make save states in the simulator? I can. Make a save state. I'm gonna reboot real quick. I just want to see how loading works. Because I haven't done that. There's a button that says clear all saves. That's a great button. Okay, we have our main disk in drive 1, because that's where we've been saving. We saved in slot 3. The game disk is already in disk 2. Like, I'm wondering if it starts from the choice, or... oh, good, it starts right here. That's wonderful. Alright. Let me just a save state here instead. And yeah, I'm gonna call it. Sorry. I know we were getting into it. It was starting to get kind of really interesting. We'll have to come back to this. I need to make a big, like, tweet or something, or Discord announcement when we do this. Because it's not going to be on the schedule. I'd like to get it done before DOS. So that either means I change Friday. Yeah, thanks y'all for watching. So Friday, I did have 53 stations to Kaido. I either streamed Thursday, but it had to be Thursday night, or I changed my Friday. I'm gonna have to think about it. Wait, no, I'm not doing anything Saturday. Okay, all right, we'll do it Saturday night. Would you guys want to do Saturday night? I usually stream at 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll see what we can do. We'll finish Mirrors. That way Sunday I can prep for December, and then Tuesday that next week we can start December. Because I gotta make sure all the games work. Ah! We're doing December again. No more Father World. Where are we going? Who are we raiding? Dino's still playing Orb games. Game's done quick playing Kirby 64. I love to see it. Retro Pals playing Supermarket, watching Supermarket Sweep. That's funny. Boxandra finishing Shenmue 2. Rachel Retro playing games of some manner. Looks like a Bionic Commando. I can't tell from here. Gamma Chris playing Sonic Adventure 2. Psychedelic Eyeball playing Doom 2. Terrestrials playing Chrono Trigger. Felly is also playing Chrono Trigger. That's weird. Cass Makes Games is playing The Punisher to learn beat 'em ups. That's a good one. That's a good beat 'em up to learn a 1cc of. I really want to do it one time. Okay, let's go raid the Retro Pals. And we'll do Saturday. God, this game was awesome. Alright, I'm gonna see you guys later. Good night, everyone. See you Friday for 53 stations of the Tokaido. Bye-bye.